All right, folks, we've got good news and bad news. The good news is I had a nice day with my friends yesterday, hung out, played some board games, and also hit a new record. Never one's ever, no one's ever hit it before. You know, it's a new record for everyone, not just for me, of 40 seconds on a dead hang. That's where you just hang from a bar. 40 seconds. I know, no one's even come close. Frankly, I think the world record must be, I don't even know if it's 20 seconds, but we um we busted it out, you know. By it I mean unrivaled physical fitness. So we're feeling good about that. Yeah. The greatest record. Oh yeah. The bad news is everything else. Yes, up. Why does it say the longest dead hang is 80 minutes? Can't trust everything you see online. Probably AI. Isn't the average for men 1 minute? No. What the hell, man? No. 1 minute average 1 minute? Like the average like American adult male 1 minute? No. Maybe like the average guy who goes on a morning run every Sunday. Come on. Average for guys who do dead hang. Come on. Come on. Speaking of physical fitness, did you see Clavicular was exposed as a fucking fraud who can't do 185 pounds more than 4 times? 185 pounds what? You mean in bench? That's embarrassing for someone like him. That actually is pretty embarrassing. He can't bench 185 more than 4 times, but his whole like online persona is physical fitness and fitness mocking and stuff. That's pretty bad. Um, you mean bench, I assume. If it's like he can't squat 185 pounds, that'd be even worse. I don't get how 225 pounds is seen as a good goal for a lot of guys. I was benching 430 pounds in high school. No, you weren't. Because if you were benching 430 pounds, you would know that 225 is a lot of weight. See, it's like the informed expertise thing. If you had the strength to do that, then you would know the work it takes to get there. So the fact that you don't means you didn't. What were you by 430? What do you mean? Like on the supine leg press or something? Come on. Come on. My best was 125. You should be proud of anything that's better than what you've done previously. I've tried to integrate push-ups into my chest day routine because I'm trying to get into the calisthenics game. I can only do 8 push-ups in a row with perfect form, and then after that, I have to either fuck up the form or drop to my knees. But we're gonna bring that up, okay? We're gonna bring those numbers way up. It's a fair starter set. Yeah, well, it's to me, it's more about the balance, you know. Yeah, push-ups are. I don't know what it is about push-ups. They feel way worse than like every other kind of chest exercise. Like dumbbell and barbell bench presses feel great to do, and row. It's not row. That's back exercise. Flies and pullovers and stuff. They all feel great, but a push-up is just like, yeah. I think it's because there's more core stability involved. It's your wrists, you're getting, yeah, you know, and your tummy hurts. You get me. You feel your weakest when you're doing a push-up. That makes sense. That makes sense. So, push-ups even involve your legs. Yeah. They're a pretty vital exercise. Yeah. And you're close to the floor. Do you think that's an element to it, like the psychological element? The fact that you're close to the ground, looking down at the ground makes you feel like a little worm? Like when you're bench pressing, you're looking up at the ceiling. The sky's the limit. But when you're doing a push up, you're like, ooh, let me bring my face close to the dirt. Ooh, like a worm. You know, the reward for my strength is getting my face up against the dirt again. Well, time to talk about Ice murdering innocent lady. Honestly, I'm just buffering it a little bit, man, because today's stream's gonna fucking suck. So I'm just I'm just padding it a little bit out at the beginning because it's gonna be like 4 hours of that, and you know, we have to like hold the reserves up now, like while we can. We played Black Mold. The board game. Has anyone played Black Mold? It's like a basic build the map escape game, but the basic premise of it is in order to move or search for items, you have to play out your turn while holding your breath. There are rules for how you're meant to play the cards and in what order, and it's meant to be like tiring, or it's meant to take more time than it would normally. Like you can only do it with one hand, everything has to be flat on the table, everything has to be in order. So it'll be like you initiate a move into the next room, then you find out the next room's fucked, so you're like, guess I gotta move to the next one, and you're like panicking because the cards are arranged in such a way that it makes it more difficult to get you have to line up concentration cards in order to like proceed to the next step, but the more damage you take, the more fucked up concentration cards there are that like block your progress, so you have to discard them and then play a new one and discard and play a new one and arrange everything, and meanwhile your friends are all like laughing at you because you're making a funny face, right? And they're all laughing, which makes you want to laugh. So it's quite difficult. Thankfully, I can hold my breath for a pretty long time. So I was sitting pretty. How long? I think I've done it for about 100 seconds before, but that's under like best case circumstances, not while I'm playing a fucking game, right? Like if I'm trying to concentrate on like lining the cards up and stuff. Obviously it's like way harder to hold your breath for that long. Wonder how you developed that talent. Eating pussy so good. Thank you. It's a bit of physical comedy. Why would deep throating not help though? You can't really hold your the mechanics are totally different, okay? Totally different, okay? Pussy eating, you're merely smothered, okay? With deep throating, your lungs are under attack, okay? Totally different set of mechanics, yeah. All right. For my own sanity, I'm going to buffer all the miserable, wretched fucking news we have to get through today with one not crazy-ass segment, okay? Somebody linked it. Somebody literally, like 5 minutes before I went live, dropped this in chat and said, I wonder if Vosh will see this. You know what? It's 3 minutes long. I'm doing it, okay? This is my buffer. This is my fight song. Why are women-only communities growing in China? I'm just going to take a guess. It probably has less to do with inceldom and more to do with the fact that in some populations, there are probably just more women than men. Like, it's a huge country, so there's more of a potential for asymmetrical population distribution.
This co-living space in the Chinese city of Hangzhou caters to one particular group. The communal home is a safe space for women.
我自己个人来说是长期在一个高压的工作环境里面，我希望理想当中是希望有一个能够完全放松下来的一个空间。所以说，当我自己设想好了以后，我觉得可能也会有非常多的女性是存在同样的困境里面，她们应该也会需要有这样一个地方。
Chan says the space is free from social pressures that women often face.
家庭当中，它会有来自于长辈。
Wait, the person who linked this implied with their message that there might be something I'd find interesting in it. So far, that just sounds nice.
来自于小孩，他们有更多的责任感，或工作当中也是的。他们在不同的工作环境里面，需要承担自己的责任。那么在责任之外呢，他们肯定是有一个需要完全不需要自己去承担自己的角色的一个地方。 去
Don't
做
you find it interesting how nice it is? I mean, they're literally just showing one household, right? I kind of feel like, I don't know. Every time I see something in the West that is intended to be an exploration of Chinese culture, it feels like Orientalist as fuck to me. Imagine if somebody from China was like, here in Seattle, unique new forms of housing and partnership are explored. This is a polycule. And then it's just like one group of 4 girls or something. Like, they wouldn't be wrong. It's real. Like, that's a thing that happens. But the language, I think that a lot of people might then go, oh, Seattle, that is the city where the 4 girls live together. And then people would be like, ah, the polycule city. And you would get this totally warped understanding of the city. Like, it's otherizing, right? We talk about other groups differently than how we talk about our groups. It's like how whenever a meme comes out of China, people are like, you know, memes in China are 100 years in the future. Look at this new meme craze going on in China. People will fall for that, but when you fall for a viral post that says, here's a meme craze in China, you're literally doing the Orientalist version of that one time that one internet paper company did this streamer is taking over the net, and it was that 10-year-old kid with the space helmet. You know what I'm talking about?
自己，只做自己。
But women now living here say they had a range of reasons for seeking refuge at the space.
到一个陌生环境吧，如果不是民宿的状态里面，情况下面可能是这个全女性的状态，会让我觉得很有安全感。还有就是我们可能女性跟女性一些话题去聊一些话题，可能会更有一些共鸣，是这样的。
Hickey's imaginative space. What was
Proponents
that?
of the concept say demand for female co-living spaces has grown as women in China achieve higher education levels and economic status.
I don't think this video makes very much sense, to be honest with you. I don't really think this is exploring the concept that much.
他对自己的关注越多，那么他就会看见自己更多的需求。他看到了这样的需求，有的。
In an all-female culture space she opened.
发现
That's a cool looking book cover.
She opened.
This is like a good coffee table book right here.
Shaped by societal views about aging and growing old alone.
这些事情都是潜在的，但是我们就聊到，其实全
Man, are women in China really afraid of growing old alone when there are more men than women in China, thanks to the, you know, femicide and the one-child rule for a while? Like, what are the odds of a woman growing alone if she doesn't want to? I feel like if she didn't want to, she could just find a guy, you know?
女共居、养老就是解决这个问题的办法。
Like, I feel bad for the guys, man. Like, for some areas, it's like fucking 52-48 men, women, which doesn't seem like a lot. But then it's like, oh shit, there's like 3 million extra guys. Yeah, but all men are pigs. That's true. Yeah, that's true. I saw that music video. Hey men, and the men are pigs, laughing, crying emoji. Not Chinese men. I'm gonna guess that China probably has some issues with like patriarchal culture and inceldom and stuff like that. Not as bad as South Korea, but I'm gonna guess they probably do. I think it's a lesbian thing, but they don't want to say they're lesbian. That's possible, yeah. Good for them. All right. TikTok, time for the vile news. Your biological clock, parentheses, your financial obligation to cover the country falling apart, is coming up. All right. Do we have to? I'm sorry. Have you played Ball X Pit? Yeah, I beat it too. Beat it. Okay. There's not really much of a way to like lead up to this or sugarcoat this or whatever the fuck else. So Ice just murdered a woman. It's not the first time Ice has killed someone, but this is without a doubt the most unambiguous, unjustified murder. You know, unjustified murder. That's kind of redundant there, you know. But basically what happened here, this video only contains the, I guess... No, this is the longer video. Okay. So basically what happened is Minneapolis has ICE presence right now, in large part due to the fake and gay YouTube video made by that one grifter on Somali fraud. Obviously, ICE has nothing to do with investigating fraud. Like, they're literally not capable of doing that. They're there for immigration enforcement, but they're taking advantage of the YouTube video in order to jump in and, you know, stir some shit up. There are some cars that are piled in here on the road. Roads are icy. People are moving slow, whatever. It looks like ICE is dispersing a group of vehicles that are parked in a way that blocks the road.
No! No! Shame! Shame! Oh my fucking God! What the fuck? What the fuck? You just fucking, what the fuck did you do?
She's dead. So the woman was complying with orders she was given to clear the road. She was pulling forward, and for no reason, right before she pulls forward, one of the ICE officers reaches for her door and attempts to open it. Why? I have no idea. The woman wasn't doing anything. She was complying with orders given to leave. I don't know if they, like, changed. Given the fact that ICE operates as, like, a lawless band of roving marauders, they act like highwaymen. In all likelihood, there was no plan and no coordination here. Some people in the ICE group wanted this woman to leave, and this guy just wanted to open the door. Why? To rape her? I don't know. Who knows? They're orcs. As he pulls open the door, she drives forward, and then another ICE agent over here just shoots into the car. There's no... just kills her, you know. No justification. Obviously, you wouldn't expect one from ICE, but this is just so straightforwardly murder. There's no legal pretext or justification. There's nothing they can do or say, really. It's just, it is what it is, you know? It's difficult to talk about this because, like, obviously the answer here is that there never has been a justification. There never has been a reason, but this is more obviously bad. You know what I mean? So in response to this shooting, right, immediately afterwards, ICE called this woman, the one who was just murdered, a domestic terrorist. Here is a very factual breakdown from a spokeswoman from the DHS, Tricia McLaughlin. We've seen her before. Today, ICE officers in Minneapolis were conducting targeted operations when rioters began blocking ICE officers, and one of these violent rioters weaponized her vehicle, attempting to run over our law enforcement officers in an attempt to kill them, an act of domestic terrorism. An ICE officer, fearing for his life, the lives of his fellow law enforcement, and the safety of the public, fired defensive shots. He used his training and saved his own life and that of his fellow officers. The lesson that we all already knew from, like, we already knew this, but we know now even more, is that there's no line where these guys will ever abandon one of their own. Like, ever, you know? At some point before this administration is done, we will hear the term defensive rape. I'm telling you, okay? There's no point where the Trump administration will go like, nope, we're dropping it. Like, we're like, for the sake of optics, at least, we're gonna put our hands up and not touch this one. You know, I guarantee you at some point we're going to get this. He used his training and saved his own life and that of his fellow officers. The alleged perpetrator was hit and is deceased. The ICE officers who were hurt, no one was hurt. No one was hurt, except for the woman who was killed, are expected to make full recoveries. This is the direct consequence of constant attacks, demonization of the officers, da-di-da-di-da. Noam has also spoken to Fox News about this. Yes, you can tell this is serious because they went DEFCON 1 the moment the ICE officer murdered that woman and immediately brought Kristi Noem on to Fox News. You know, just like no delay, no hesitation.
Questions there. You asked about a shooting that we just had in Minneapolis.
Oh, sorry, not onto Fox News. I only heard the written statement. This is a press conference. That's even worse.
Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Also, you know why Kristi Noem is giving a speech right here? Because Kristi Noem, if I recall correctly, lives on a military base because she fears public reprisal for the demonic shit she does to this country every single day. So, despite the fact that she's not, you know, in the military, that's not really her... It's not her deal. This is where she's giving her speech from.
It was an act of domestic terrorism. What happened was our ICE officers were out in an enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to push out their vehicle, and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and ram them with her vehicle. An officer of ours acted quickly and defensively shot to protect himself and the people around him. And my understanding is that she was hit.
Does she know it's on video? Does it matter? It's on multiple videos. Multiple people caught different angles of the event. But again, I ask you, does it matter?
And is deceased. We're continuing to gather more information, but this goes to show the assaults that our ICE officers and our law enforcement are under every single day. These vehicle rammings are domestic acts of terrorism. We're working with the Department of Justice to prosecute them as such. We will continue to protect our ICE officers and in cooperation with other law enforcement agencies as well. You've seen me in the last couple of days deploy over 2,000 more officers to the Minneapolis area. And in the last...
Where is she sleeping? No way she's in the barracks? No, of course not. Members of the Trump administration have forced out high-ranking officers in the military and kicked them out of their houses so that they can live in protected military accommodations on military bases. So, you know, she doesn't sound very confident here. I think the fact that she felt the need to immediately make a press conference pretty well sells the fact that they recognize this one looks awfully bad. Tim Walls says, I've seen the video, don't believe the propaganda machine. Thank you, Tim Walls. That's great. Sorry you're dropping out of the gubernatorial race or whatever. Jacob Frey, the mayor of Minneapolis, in response to the shooting, said, ICE, get the fuck out of Minneapolis, which would be a phenomenal statement if he could back it up with any action. I sincerely doubt he will, though.
To ICE, get the fuck out of Minneapolis.
Oh, there, he said it right at the beginning.
We do not want you here. Your stated reason for being in this city is to create some kind of safety, and you are doing exactly the opposite. There's a lot of information that is swirling around right now, and we collectively are going to do everything possible to get to the bottom of this, to get justice, and to make sure that there is an investigation that is conducted.
Let me get the actual press conference here, not just the CNN clips.
We collectively are going to do everything possible to get to the bottom of this, to get justice, and to make sure that there is an investigation that is conducted.
ICE will never care, so what is the liberal response to them not caring, Lamal? As I've said so many times before, and I'll keep saying it, ICE officers can be arrested by local police. Federal officers are not, never have been, immune to municipal or state prosecution. They never have been. They do have qualified immunity when it comes to the exercise of their jobs, but that does not mean that they are immune to arrest or to a trial. That just means that's a consideration that you take into account in that trial.
In full, but what we do know is that a 37-year-old woman is dead and that she was shot by ICE. We've dreaded this moment since the early stages of this ICE presence in Minneapolis.
Murderer fled the scene before the police arrived. Oh yeah, nice cherry on top, you know, the icing on top. The murderer, the ICE agent, fled. Like, straight up just booked it, like a common thug, you know? Like somebody who just did a fucking drive-by, like a gang shooting. Didn't stay there with his fellow ICE officers or wait for the police or whatever. He fled.
Not only is this a concern that we've had internally, we've been talking about it. They are not here to cause safety in this city. What they are doing is not to provide safety.
We're never going to learn that guy's name. I've got great news. He was caught on video without a face covering.
In America, what they are doing is causing chaos and distrust. They're ripping families apart. They're sowing chaos on our streets. And in this case, quite literally killing people. So they are already trying to spin this as an action of self-defense. Having seen the video of myself, I want to tell everybody directly, that is bullshit. This was an agent recklessly using power that resulted in somebody dying, getting killed.
The Dems are massive cowards, but they're not, like, literally all of them down to the man, willfully, ideologically, collaborationist, right? There are lines, there is a Rubicon to cross. This might be enough. I would not be surprised if they actually go after this ICE officer, and the fact that Kristi Noem very publicly, very stupidly, defended him immediately, like in language that was objectively incorrect and provably incorrect on video, is probably going to play out pretty poorly, right? The administration is not smart. If they were smart, they would have cut their losses with this one, you know? The Trump administration can survive cutting off a couple of bad apples. Stephen Miller defended him the same day. Of course he did. Oh, we're going to talk about Stephen Miller today, dude. He's losing his fucking mind. Stephen Miller is actually losing his shit. Jesus Christ! Did you see the Jake Tapper yesterday? He's actually he's doing a bit.
As soon as it happened and we learned of the incident, we had several priorities. The first, of course, was to get the victim to the hospital and to get care as soon as possible. To the family, I'm so deeply sorry. There's nothing that I can say right now that's going to make you or your relatives or the friends of the victim feel any better. There were, I believe, 2 Minneapolis police officers that responded and were in the ambulance on the way to the hospital. The second was to get ICE off of the scene. There were dozens, if not hundreds, of ICE and federal officers that were there at the time.
Not the murderer.
Having them there was only causing more chaos. Having them there was only making a difficult situation even more problematic, and one that, yes, they created themselves. There's little I can say, again, that'll make this situation better, but I do have a message for our community, for our city, and I have a message for ICE.
The answer here is clear, and I'm not trying to, like, show up or whatever, but this is obviously the correct answer. We need a show trial. The trial of this ICE officer needs to be the loudest and most aggressive act of prosecutorial vengeance we have seen in this country in decades, you know? Whereas the Trump Justice Department is incapable of making their fucking grand jury indictment stick, we need to get this guy with everything, and every second of it needs to be broadcasted loudly, you know? This long national nightmare will never, ever, ever, ever end until we socially disincentivize this behavior enough that it becomes impossible to do, right? They are not motivated by morality. These people these ICE agents are not motivated by morality or principle. They like their paychecks and they like feeling stronger than other people. Prove that they're not. Prove that they're not. They're not stronger. They're actually very much mortal. You know, and they can be arrested and they can be sentenced to prison, just like the rest of us.
To ICE, get the fuck out of Minneapolis. We do not want you here. Your stated reason for being in this city is to create some kind of safety, and you are doing exactly the opposite. People are being hurt. Families are being ripped apart. Long-term Minneapolis residents that have contributed so greatly to our city, to our culture, to our economy are being terrorized, and now somebody is dead. That's on you. And it's also on you to leave. It's on you to make sure that further damage, further loss of life and injury is not done. We're going to be working towards justice as quickly as we possibly can right now, and justice is what we've all got to get. Next, a message to our community. Look, we all know that the agenda of this Trump administration is to create chaos. Let us respond right now with our best versions of self. This is a moment where all of us in Minneapolis and beyond we can rise to the occasion.
So far, I recall a DHS guy being arrested for DUI, but is that it so far? For the most part, my understanding is that arrests that have been conducted against ICE agents have been for behavior they've taken while not on the clock. Or if it is stuff they've done on the clock, it's not stuff relating to their official like mission objectives, so to speak. So like you have ICE agents who are getting arrested for DUIs or like sexually assaulting people in the bathrooms or whatever, as they love to do. Right, there was an ICE agent who had child porn, obviously. But it's so far it has yet to metastasize into confronting them over their actual job. You know? God, people are losing their minds out here. How fitting would it be? Somebody in chat said this happened about a mile away from where George Floyd was murdered. Can you imagine if we get 2 national reckonings against police violence starting from within the same goddamn neighborhood, basically?
And there'll be more videos. We're in a world with lots of videos, which is a good thing for getting to the truth.
Let's look at this live shot that we're seeing right now. We just saw some black vehicle vans moving their way through. And now you see snowballs flying in this group of individuals that are moving. You've got law enforcement in the front of this group that look like they're walking.
That's a different guy. Different guy. I know that a lot of black people have been murdered in this country, but that's a different guy. Also, Zimmerman's fucking miserable, man. He got some cash from selling the gun or whatever, but he's he can't find a job. He's like wretched. Like he's like a shambling corpse of a man. Everyone hates him.
Backwards, so they're being pushed, is the way it looks, backwards by protesters who are throwing snowballs at them right now.
That is a big crowd of people.
Let's stay on this live shot as we bring in Victor, retired ICE special agent, now assistant director for the Office of National Drug Control Policy in the administration. Victor, thank you for...
Is it even possible for the people that get away with this shit to have a decent life anymore? The next Dem administration needs to, and I mean this, and by the way, I will actually not vote for a Democrat who doesn't say they will do this. Every ICE agent's name needs to be public. Here's the Gestapo registry. I mean it. I seriously fucking mean it. If we really let the Gestapo just, oh, well, you know, they were following orders, fuck that. I'm absolutely not. But if their names and faces are made public, yeah, they will be pariahs for the rest of their lives, which is not even close to being enough.
Being here, I don't know. Can you see what we're seeing live on screen right now? Are you able to or not?
Yes, I can see it, Martha. And there'll be more videos. We're in a world.
God damn, man.
34th and Portland Avenue. Now we're walking along Portland Avenue toward East 33rd, and you're seeing people really trailing these law enforcement vehicles and throwing, you know, again, snowballs and chunks of ice at these vehicles, Boris.
And we're continuing to watch this. This is a live feed that we are getting, an aerial view.
The contradiction between ICE shooting a woman immediately but getting chased off with snowballs is so mind-boggling. They are unbelievably weak. There is no city in America where the ICE presence is even a fraction as strong as the local police presence. They are incredibly weak. Every time they go everywhere, they are always undertrained, underprepared, underplanned, and not locals. They have no local connections. They have no institutional ties. They're just marauders. Any ICE group, no matter how large they are in any city, could be easily intimidated by a moderate crowd. Remember Los Angeles? Remember that group of like 30 like military gear ICE agents huddled in a corner just because there were some people like fucking standing 100 feet away from them? They're pathetic.
Law enforcement, they have removed that perimeter where they were investigating the scene, as Whitney explained. And Whitney, you stay with us, but we have them moving obviously away from the scene, and people are following them. Josh Campbell, you're watching this. Tell us what you're seeing. It does appear now that there is some distance between those law enforcement vehicles and people on foot, though they continue to follow after them.
34th.
Don't remember who said it, probably you, but ever since ICE started doing stuff, the fascist marches have not been happening at all. Like Proud Boys, 3%ers. I did say it, thank you. And yeah, I'm right. I'm pretty sure that somebody caught like video of an off-duty ICE agent with a SS tattoo, the lightning bolts on the back of his neck. I don't know if that was real, but I choose to believe that it was. If you see a person with Nazi tattoos, there's a very reasonable chance that person works for ICE. They 100% recruited these people from neo-Nazi paramilitary groups. Where else would they get these fucking people from? Like, we have found a block of people so morally undifferentiating that they make cops look good. And cops were already pulling from the worst of us. Video of the aftermath of the shooting. I don't know if we want to watch that. You mean like blood pooling? A man identifying himself as a physician attempts to approach the scene to provide medical assistance. He repeatedly tells agents that someone medically trained needs to intervene, that the victim is bleeding, and a doctor is required to assess or pronounce death. Instead of allowing aid, the agents point guns at him, threaten him, and force him to back away, leaving the woman inside the car without assistance. Jesus.
He then said, "Get the F out of this city," to those ICE agents. John.
Yeah, I've seen the video several times as well. I've kind of gone through it frame by frame. I don't want to describe it because you can't see the entire scene play out. There's an area in front of the vehicle that is obscured by the vehicle itself, so we don't know 100% what happened during that incident. But what I saw of it does counteract the narrative that they were trying to push their car out of the snow.
Holy shit, dude. Even Fox isn't buying it. This isn't like Fox Morning or whatever. This is like primetime Fox Alert mainstream. And even this guy sounds like he's hedging his bets.
The ICE agents who were involved here, because that vehicle was clearly in the middle of the street as it was approached by a couple of federal agents before it sped off. So again, we'll wait until we get clearance to look at this video and have eyes that are more expert than mine take a look at it. But clearly there are very, very conflicting opinions of what happened. We have the one opinion from DHS, and then we have the other opinion from the mayor and local officials.
It's actually crazy that this looks bad enough that Fox News broadcasters are both siding this, but like in our favor. Well, Jacob Frey and Kristi Noem both have their opinions. We'll wait and see. Like, you are not looking confident right now, you know? You are not feeling confident. It's only going to get worse with time. Democrats need to build off of this. It's a matter of national security. It's absolutely vital. An unwillingness to prosecute this officer and to take it to the full extent of the law is essentially just a free permission slip for it to happen again. If they don't, prosecutors in Minneapolis will be responsible for any murders ICE conducts in the future. I will hold that morally at their door. There is no legal process stopping them from bringing charges. I just want everyone to understand that. The Trump administration loses every fucking court case that it's in. They do not control the courts. They famously don't control the courts. Whenever things go to the courts, except for the Supreme Court, it doesn't go their way. They lose every goddamn time. There is nothing that stops local prosecutors from bringing charges against that ICE agent. Nothing. Literally nothing. Trump's statement on this is completely insane as expected. Oh, man, they're making Trump make a statement on it? Holy shit, they're really, really, really bad. They know this looks bad. Just view the clip of the event. Horrible thing to watch. Woman screaming was obviously a professional agitator, and the woman driving the car was very disorderly, obstructing and resisting, who then violently, willfully, and viciously ran over the ICE officer. Oh, we ran him over. Oh, that's crazy. Who seems to have shot her in self-defense. You know what happened here is that Kristi Noem, or more likely Stephen Miller, was like, hey, Trump, we're in some water here. You need to, like, say this. And then he said this, right? Like, he didn't watch the video. Based on the attached clip, it is hard to believe he is alive. What? Based on the attached clip, it's hard to believe the ICE agent is alive? But is now recovering in the hospital? The situation is being studied in its entirety, but the reason these incidents are happening is because the radical left is threatening, assaulting, and targeting our law enforcement officers and ICE agents on a daily basis. They are just trying to do the job of making America safe. That's crazy. Well, I hope that all of you join me in offering our thoughts and prayers to that poor ICE agent who was brutally mauled under the wheels of that woman's SUV, who's you know, working hard now to you know, cling to life. The neocon bulwark host is calling this out. Please, God, let this be a Rubicon moment. Please, God, I beg, please, God. It has to stop somewhere, man. I can't overstate, like, if an officer did this in China, the police department would have him put in prison. I'm pretty sure. Like, there is a very small list of countries that would allow their officers to do this, and all of them are outright dictatorships. I'm talking like North Korea, Iran, right? Like, there's a very small list of countries that would allow their police to do this behavior, to engage in this level of, like, openly lawless. All right, well, it's frankly Israeli behavior. It is. Keith Ellison, Minnesota Attorney General, and Bernie Progressive released a statement. Please, God. Please, God. My officer is monitoring reports of ICE-involved shooting in Minneapolis today. Reports are still coming in, but it's been reported that a woman was killed. My heart goes out to her. Anyone hurt or killed in this, and anyone hurt or killed in this act of violence. There's a lot we don't know at this time. Let me be clear about one thing. Donald Trump's decisions in the thousands of reckless decisions. I will do everything I can to change this awful path we are on. If anyone broke the law in today's act of violence, I will do all I can to ensure they're held accountable. Please, do not let this be a Iran raising the red flag of revenge moment. Do not let this be a Hezbollah makes public declaration of nothing moment, okay? I beg of you. I beg of you. You can just bring charges. There is no legal mechanism. Nobody will come after you, okay? You are the Attorney General. You can have police stationed outside your house in case you're worried about stochastic terrorism. You can be the guy. Or the girl. I don't know your... Probably a guy, but I don't want to assume because Woke 2 is coming back and I want to be ready for when the Woke patrols are sent back to the streets. This individual of indeterminate gender, you can be that individual, okay? You can do something. Nothing is stopping you. Third time I'm saying this, but even Hitler had to get rid of the SA and brown shirts. They became a liability after a while. Trump won't do that with ICE. He's too stupid. Yeah, the important thing to note with, like, the brown shirts is that they were a transitional militia group like before Hitler seized the state apparatus, but now they have the state and they're still using the brown shirts. Something has to happen. I have to send this to the editors. Okay, Tim Walls is speaking live. We're going to take a look at that, but first I need to send this over to my beloved editors because it's a big news day and there's a lot to cover and I don't want to wait until fucking 8 p.m. for everything to get out. There we go. I'm logged into Dropbox, right? Yeah, I am. Okay. All right. Where's the link? Where's the link? Where's the link? Here's the link. Is
Christy Noem.
Okay.
I'm waiting to hear back.
I forgot my slippers. 1 second.
Let me be clear. Donald Trump and his administration may not care much about Minnesota. That's been pretty evident. But we love this state. We won't let them tear us apart. We'll not turn against each other. To Minnesotans, I say this. I feel your anger. I'm angry. They want to show.
Gotta keep my feet
we
warm.
Can't give it to them. We cannot. If you protest and express your First Amendment rights, please do so peacefully as you always do. We can't give them what they want. The hearts and minds of the people in this state are on our side. To Americans, I ask you this.
He's too
please
nice,
stand
man.
with Minneapolis. To Minnesotans, Know that our administration is going to stop at nothing to seek accountability and justice. The State Bureau of Criminal Apprehension are working on the investigation. We have activated the State Emergency Operations Center. State Patrol and Minnesota National Guard leadership is connected with the Minneapolis Police Department, the St. Paul Police Department, Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, the DNR, and Minnesota's Homeland Security and Emergency Management. We have activated dozens of members of the State Patrol's mobile response team. And from here on,
it pisses me off because, again, like, there are no legal or political consequences to aura farming off of this. Also, Tim Walz is already hated by MAGAs. They already despise him. It's not like you'd be drawing any more of a target to yourself. You can plant your feet. You can say whatever, man. You have a lot of leeway right now. You have a lot of moral authority. You should exercise it. Exercise your moral authority.
I have a very simple message. We do not need any further help from the federal government.
It was never help. It was never help. Don't even give in to that framing. It was never help. It was never help. Don't even frame it like that. Like, wow, thanks for the help. It was always illegal occupation.
To Donald Trump and Kristi Noem, you've done enough. There's nothing more important than Minnesotan safety. I've issued a warning order to prepare the Minnesota National Guard. We have soldiers in training and prepared to be deployed if necessary. I remind you, a warning order is a heads up for folks. And these National Guard troops are our National Guard troops. They're teachers in your community. They're business owners. They're construction professionals. They are Minnesotans. Minnesota will not allow our community to be used as a prop in a national political fight. We will not take the bait. We will continue to update you, Minnesota, as we
fuck you. What do you mean take the bait? They murdered one of your citizens? That's not taking the bait. It's they murdered somebody. You're not, it's not bait. You are not rising to the moment by refusing to engage. You should engage to a maximal extent. I don't know why everyone is so fucking scared of the administration when they lose every time. They lose every time anything goes to court. The only court they consistently get what they want in is the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court takes like 3 years to get to everything, and they can only get through so many things at a time. Flood the zone, man. Every AG in every single city, in every single state that is blue or has suffered ICE violence could just flood them with cases. There is nothing stopping that from happening. There is nothing. There's no legal consequence. There would be no moral consequence.
more information. Now I'd like to turn it over to Commissioner Bob Jacobson of the Minnesota Department of Public Safety.
Thank you, Governor.
Can the state's National Guard arrest ICE agents? No, National Guard can't conduct arrests unless the Insurrection Act is invoked. But you know, police could conduct, like state police could conduct arrests, or municipal police, or county sheriffs. Like there's lots of people in a state who could conduct an arrest if you put out a warrant.
As the governor mentioned, my name is Bob Jacobson.
In fairness, Democratic AGs have been doing a lot. They are the reason so much of Trump's agenda is stalling. Yeah, but they are only reactive. Like the Democrat AGs, all they do is they hold up bad things Trump is trying to do. We need to be aggressive. We need to take action. I don't know why these people don't want to build their portfolios. They're attorney generals. It's not like they're risking much here, you know? They're pretty fucking powerful people.
It is my honor to serve as the Commissioner of the Minnesota Department of Public Safety. First of all, I want to acknowledge the reason that we are all here. The loss of life is not anything anyone would ever want.
Oh, wow.
We fully expect that the community will want to peacefully demonstrate their anger or frustration. Minnesota residents and visitors have the right to peacefully demonstrate. We recognize that demonstrations are often driven by strong emotions, beliefs, and certainly a desire to be heard. Our role is to help ensure everyone can express themselves without anyone getting hurt.
Complete capitulation to the rhetoric of the president here.
The Minnesota Department of Public Safety's role through the Minnesota State Patrol is to ensure safety, protect constitutional rights, keep roads accessible, and above all, to prevent harm. Our top priority is public safety. Our focus is keeping demonstrators, community members, drivers, and law enforcement safe, especially during moments of heightened tension or uncertainty. Demonstrations must remain safe and lawful, particularly around
Capitulation,
roadways.
capitulation, capitulation,
We will
capitulation.
join with our partners to support safety while respecting the right to protest.
Saying protests must remain peaceful suggests the problem here was the behavior of the protesters, when the protester in question did nothing except be murdered.
With that in mind, I'd like to share a few safe and lawful ways to demonstrate. Minnesotans can safely and legally express their views in many ways, including getting together peacefully with others in public spaces, marching or walking, not on roadways, making your voice heard through chants, speeches, and displaying signs, being present in public, gathering in designated or permitted areas, and these actions will allow people to express themselves while protecting the safety of everyone involved.
I can't speak. If I
Unsafe
speak, I will
or
get in
illegal
trouble.
actions could result in fines or arrests. Certain behaviors create serious hazards that threaten public safety, disrupt emergency services, or put people at risk. These actions could result in fines or arrest. Demonstrating on or entering a freeway on foot, walking on highways, throwing objects, starting or setting fires, damaging property or graffiti, using illegal fireworks, displaying or using illegal weapons, reckless or dangerous driving, especially near pedestrians, and certainly assaultive, aggressive, or riotous behavior toward anyone. We all want definitive answers to what happened today. Our Bureau of Criminal Apprehension is working in conjunction with the FBI to investigate this morning's shooting.
With the federal government, you mean?
As you know, we don't comment on active investigations, but also keep in mind that this is an investigation is also in its infancy. So any speculation about what had happened would be just that. And we will not engage in speculation. With that, I will turn it back over to the governor. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'd be glad to take any questions.
Nothing says public safety like completely capitulating to the rhetoric of the fascist occupying paramilitary force that just murdered a woman, right?
Yeah, and I can let General Schaefer talk about this. It so happens it's a training weekend. We've got about 7,500 troops in training at our sites, training sites across the state. What it is, and in the National Guard, you give a warning order, which is a heads up of something could be coming. That just allows people to think about what they would need, what it would mean to mobilize, what it would mean to put them in. And I could let the general talk a little bit about this. Obviously, since the summer of 2020, we had a lot of work done on teams being ready to make sure that civil unrest, and what that means, and I think Commissioner Jacobs, not to express your anger or your frustrations or the outrage that we have. Look, this was totally predictable, as I said it yesterday, and it was totally avoidable. And I just want to remind you, too, that local law enforcement, we get no coordination. They don't tell us they're coming. They don't say why they're sending the largest deployment in American history to Minneapolis. They're not making us any safer. We don't have any of that coordination. They should be talking to us when we do these things. Let us know.
Jesus fucking Christ. You know, maybe the reason the Republicans didn't go on a mass arresting spree when Trump won, like arresting Dem congressmen, politicians, whatever, on trumped-up charges, no pun intended, was because they knew that these were the best possible people to have in. You know? Like, man, with Democrats like this, who needs a Republican sweep? It's a shame because I like Tim Walz too, but like, and I don't know what's gonna, like, I don't want to go full fucking conspiracy mode with the collaborationist attitudes or whatever, but it's really difficult to not buy into that stuff when you take a look at this rhetoric. Like, what political instincts could drive you to speak this way? I don't get it. I don't get it. And then you have shit like this, right? And this is just from yesterday.
Given what's happened here in Venezuela and the actions that Marco Rubio has taken, do you regret your vote to confirm him?
I am deeply, deeply disappointed in Marco Rubio, even before Venezuela, and even more so now.
So that's Senator Chuck Schumer, Minority Leader Chuck Schumer yesterday. Here's Minority Leader Chuck Schumer today with Marco Rubio. You know, stuff like this makes it really difficult to not turn into the craziest people. It's really, really, really tough. Keep in mind, this is in the wake of the administration essentially putting Rubio forward as the architect of a unified hemisphere where America controls the entire West under one gigantic colonial club. This is like it is an imperialist and militaristic expression, like more violent, more a flagrant disregard for our own and international laws than ever expressed ever by any president in the context of foreign policy. And this is the response afterwards, you know? It's possible Schumer's bought by them. The others are just weak. I mean, I fully believe that Schumer is essentially... I don't think he's bought. I mean, he's been a Zionist freak from day one. He's part of the same uniparty. He always has. But then all the other Dem senators continue to allow him to be minority leader for some reason. You know, and then you've got shit like this, and it's like, damn, man, how the fuck do you not be a conspiracy theorist about this?
Going to be down here. This is going to happen. We don't have that. So when you see local law enforcement or state patrol, or if it would take the National Guard, we're there responding to the chaos they've created too. But our role is to make sure that we're protecting Minnesotans so that something like this doesn't happen. I have not. The question was, have I spoken to the individual's family? No, we do not have a definitive ID on this individual. And I look, I'm going to note to all of you, I think it's really important, and the professionals do this, and they train me to do this. This is an open investigation. You need to be very careful about it. I know that
you really don't. There are no legal consequences at all for you just straight up saying that ICE killed her and that it's disgusting. You don't, this is not some other theoretical country where you have to like tiptoe around every issue that involves the federal government. You don't have to. You know how anytime there is violence enacted against the police and the media all immediately act as though it is known that the perpetrator is guilty? Even though there's been no trial or whatever. Like if somebody hits a police officer, assaults them, tackles them, or shoots them, you know, everyone immediately has no problem, you know, assigning blame to that individual. That lack of protection they have, the fact that everyone can just jump on them like that, that is a fact shared by all, like everyone is equally susceptible to that treatment. There are no legal consequences to having a spine.
Many of you, myself included, have seen a very difficult video to watch, one where there's a family member watched their family member be shot and killed in front of them. It's beyond me that apparently from the federal government, from the Homeland Security Director herself, has already determined who this person was, what their motive was, and they hadn't even been taken out of the vehicle. We're not living in a normal world. And so, no, I have not. And I want to be very careful because I know how painful this is. I know how painful it is right now. I'm saying person and all that. This is a human being. This very well is an individual's child, a parent, and we don't know that yet. So, no, I have not. But once we do, we will. So, yes. Colonel, would you like to do that? Colonel?
So the governor was mentioning mobilizing more of the state patrol. How many state patrol people are on the ground in Minneapolis right now? And should there have been more state patrol people on the ground like a couple weeks ago when I was saying?
So the question was, how many state patrol troopers have been deployed to the city of Minneapolis? Right now, we don't talk typical numbers because that is
what happened with Walls, man. I really don't have an explanation for Walls other that the DNC muzzled him. He was a good, well-intentioned, kind-hearted person, a liberal but relatively progressive, and just his from the stopping the weird thing to everything that followed, it just seems like the deep state clamped him, and then yeah, he tapped out at some point as well. I don't know.
Considered security information. We do have a specialized team that does deal with crowd control, and so they have been deployed. But again, they are from all over the state of Minnesota, so they will come in tiers to the state.
And they had already been on the ground to some extent before today?
No, it was in response to this event.
How could they have muzzled him? They can't fire him? Look, this is my honest-to-God, non-conspiratorial answer. What a lot of us fail to recognize is that I am, many of the people watching are, we are political radicals. Our view of politics is one based in power, right? We understand that this isn't about rules or norms, because rules and norms are only enforceable if you have power and the will to enforce them. In reality, at the end of the day, it's literally just about who has the ability to exercise their judgment. And that doesn't mean that it's an amoral process. It just means that you can't pretend that these laws, institutions, or norms exist in a vacuum outside the power to enforce them, as we're very aware of with Trump. But for a lot of people, even Republicans, not just Democrats, this is just a job. It's a job where your responsibility is to be a good job managing. It's a managerial job. The political side of things, winning the election, that's just how you get the job. But once you have the job, you have a set of rules, norms, responsibilities. You know, you've got an in sheet and an out sheet. You've got stuff you need to do. And the truth is that most of us in our day-to-day lives are really susceptible to being pressured into changing our minds or our beliefs, or even just our actions, even if not our minds, on stuff if we face enough social pressure. Like, to somebody like Tim Walz, we see him as a potential envoy for change. But from his perspective, he's a guy with a job. He has things he needs to do. There are things that he could do to speed things up, but he understands that it could be a fuss and it's more complicated and maybe it makes it more difficult or whatever. And he's also at the behest not only of his constituents, but a very large number of very powerful and very wealthy Dem donors, DNC representatives, lobbyists, and so on, who have words with him. And they have words with him all the time. And they give him advice. They discourage him from doing things. Sometimes they speak calmly. Sometimes they don't. I guarantee you that most of the people watching this right now have probably been socially pressured out of doing something they thought was right, even on a very low-stakes situation. Maybe you had information you thought you should share with a mutual acquaintance, but somebody else kind of pressured you into not sharing it because it would benefit them for you to not to have shared it. Like, you're just, it's social friction, you know? It's not always easy to do the right thing. And I think that for a lot of people, myself included, by the way, like, it's easy sometimes to, like, one day you wake up and you're like, oh, I should have done that thing, right? We've all had those moments, you know? Now, imagine that, but the people who are subjecting you to that social pressure are extremely powerful people. Not just powerful, but convincing. They have lots at their disposal to convince you with. They have many people. They can show you polling numbers. They can show you consultancy graphs. They can throw money in your face or refuse to throw money in your face. They have experts. They have 165 IQ lawyers. They have people whose job it is to shift your opinion, you know? They don't even need to threaten you, right? They don't even need to, like, overtly coerce you. But over time, unless you are very, very, very strong, they can grind you down. And I think that's what happens for most of these people. I don't think it's a grand conspiracy. I don't think that they're, like, threatening to kill your kids. Because how often does that actually happen? Like, never, basically. How often do you see that happen? It doesn't happen. Or at least it doesn't happen very often, you know? Overwhelmingly, I think it's just people are ground down. I think it happened to AOC. I think that to an extent it happened to Bernie, though credit to Bernie Sanders for being as consistent as he has been for so long. You know, the fact that he's been able to hold to these positions. That being said, I would not be surprised if Bernie Sanders' abstemiousness when it comes to targeting other Dems or accusing them directly of being collaborationist, it wouldn't surprise me if that civility on his part was the product of Dem grinding, if that makes any sense, you know? Like, maybe Bernie got to hold on to his positions, but the fire, or I guess the antagonistic spirit, something tells me that over time that got worn down too. Right? This is what I mean, okay? It's just, we see this from a different perspective. The moral calculus is easy for us because we're outside the system of coercion. We're outside the exchange of advice and incentive. Now, mind you, nothing that I'm describing right now justifies what Tim Walz is doing, but I think this is what's happening. And I think that kind of proves the real enemy of progress here, even more so than Trump or Trump's administration, is the block of capital that allows politicians to be eroded down like this, that guarantees that everyone gets folded into the uniparty eventually. Maybe you have this position or that or whatever else, you know, but if you're in the system for long enough, there's enough money, enough power, enough really powerful lobbyists and lawyers and smart people, right? Not all of them evil people. people, mind you. There are people who do not think they are being dishonest, like they're being straightforward when they make a case for, say, effective altruism, or how it would be politically damaging to implement a wealth tax. Not all of them are liars. That's what makes it effective. If all of them were open snake oil salesmen, then every act of political coercion would look like you being propositioned by, you know, Kristi Noem or Pam Bondi or whatever, right? Everything would feel like a goddamn shakedown. Everything would look like open coercion. It's usually not that overt. I think it's tough for us to be able to evaluate the environment these politicians are making their decisions in, but it's no excuse. You know? At the end of the day, like, whether or not it's this or that, why it happens, how it happens, at the end of the day, this is unacceptable. And you have to hate the deep state. You have to hate the deep state.
I'm sorry, what was it?
All my homies hate the deep state.
Well, I said this yesterday. We've never been at war with our federal government. I think in this case that the National Guard is their main mission. They have a dual mission. There's the federal mission when they're under Title 10 orders, and then they're under Title 32 orders. In this warning order, there's nothing officially been done yet. If I am to activate them as the Commander-in-Chief of the Minnesota National Guard, I will issue the executive order to the Minnesota National Guard, and then they will be put in state duty status. And as you've seen over the last few years, that could be flood prevention, that could be after a wind-blowing storm up in the north, up in Bemidji, or it could be COVID or George Floyd response. In this case, again, it doesn't necessarily change the mission. They're there to protect Minnesotans. They're there to serve Minnesotans. I think the thing that is so challenging.
This is why Newsom is winning. Newsom is just as bad, okay? Newsom aura farms like a fake demon because he's paid a 22-year-old intern to run his press briefing account on Twitter. But then when Charlie Kirk died, Newsom himself posted, "We are Charlie Kirk, we carry the flame." He was doing debate the right way. Fuck him, okay? The fucking torch carrying ceremony for a Nazi podcaster. You know, you as governor of California do not, in fact, have to participate. He's just as bad. If anything, he's much worse because in addition to being objectively less progressive than Tim Walz, he's also more of a liar.
In the moment we're in is we don't see a desire to work with us on public safety. We hear a demonization of our state. We see people coming in who don't know our community. And we see this massive display for the TVs that we're trying to understand how is this coordinated. And some of you watch the videos on there, total chaos. And look, I have very limited work in this is the training in the National Guard, but I've had a lot of training now to watch how our professionals operate. After this person was shot, federal agents milling around, touching the vehicle at a crime scene and things.
Man, that was the problem with the murder of an innocent woman. It's that they didn't follow standard police procedure after. Good police officers would murder the woman and then immediately and professionally cleanse the crime scene. Yeah, for sure.
I don't know what to tell you, and I don't quite know how to respond to the question other than my primary responsibility as governor is the protection of the people of Minnesota. And you can be assured whether it's the State Patrol or whether it's the National Guard, their deployment is there to protect Minnesotans from whatever it is. If it's an act of nature, if it's a global pandemic, or in this case, if it is a rogue federal agent. I don't know at this time, and I want to be very careful. It's unprecedented that we have the federal government's already determined exactly what's happened here and the motives of an individual.
No, that happens every time the police kill anyone, actually. It's not even remotely unprecedented. This happens literally every single time. Jesus fucking Christ, man.
That we don't even...
joint task forces. This will be no different. They will work together with the BCA. They'll share information, both agencies. And both agencies...
Somebody posted a front view of the shooting. Yeah, just as a reminder of what Tim Walz is hemming and hawing over with regard to, like, proper police procedure, here's a driver's side, extremely slowed down view of what happened. She backs up. This guy reaches into her car for some fucking reason. And then this ICE agent draws on her and fires into the windshield for absolutely no reason, even though this is the guy that Trump said is recovering in the hospital, by the way. This one right here. Thanks, Omega Particles. She was still in reverse at the time. Yeah, he drew when the car was still backing up. There's no, I'm not, like, even engaging in this is beneath all of us, frankly. We already know that he committed murder. I'm not going to pull a Tim Walz and pretend that I'm withholding my judgment until after a court case. The facts are known, okay? The People's Court has decided. I am not voting for any Democrat in 2028, any presidential candidate who does not want to abolish ICE. I'm sorry. I can't fucking... We have fallen so goddamn far. In 2016, we were having a robust national debate over whether or not we should institute Medicare for all, which would have guaranteed we have the best healthcare system in the world. With American wealth, with our pharmaceutical and medical ingenuity, the availability of doctors and resources, we would have been able to have the best healthcare system in the world, bar none. Other people, all Canadians, Mexicans, Japanese, they would have flown from all over the world to benefit from the quality of our healthcare. And now we're going to have to hear about how Democrats are like, there are some good Gestapo members, you know? There are some good Gestapo members. No. Listen, they're not all bad. The Gestapo isn't all just murdering people and breaking the law. There are some people there who have been trying to do a good job. We need the Gestapo to act like they did back during the Obama administration. You know, when ICE was under the control of the same guy that it is now. Yeah, none of this came out of nowhere. Yeah, well, it's not like good people weren't advocating for ICE to be abolished 5-10 years ago. It's just, it wasn't really so much of a conversation. But there's no excuse now. I mean, there wasn't back then, frankly, either. But now it's like the lowest possible bar. I understand the sentiment. Wouldn't that just mean normie libs are going to vote in the establishment dem and nothing changed? But as far as I'm concerned, this country is dead. This country is dead one way or another unless we get a good ass, we get a real one up in 2028. I think that, like, the time is running out, basically. Gavin Newsom vetoed a wealth tax, or has expressed disapproval of it, has he not? Like, financially, this country is fucked. Like, we are spiraling out of control debt-wise. That's just the beginning, you know? I'm writing this country off until something significant happens. I don't know if there would be much of a meaningful difference between a Dem and a Republican in 2028, because a Dem would either do nothing and be immediately neutered by the newly Hitlerite administrative state, or a Republican would just fail to continue on Trump's legacy and run with a 28% approval rating for the rest of their presidency. It's not so much Dems and Republicans are the same. Republicans are much worse. It's more that things are now at this point so broken that I think Democrats wouldn't be able to fix things much more than they're already fixed. Like, they wouldn't be able to repair much. And Republicans' ability to break things would be hampered without Trump. I don't know. I need abolish ICE. I need abolish ICE, man. Dems will never undo all the damage that has been done. They could, if they ran a real one. All you would need is, I'm not even saying a socialist, a real social democrat, a real social democrat. That's all you would need, an FDR type. I know that's a high bar, but frankly, I don't know why FDR is such a high bar. He already happened, and he was great. He won more terms than any president ever. Didn't that, like, haven't we found the formula? Didn't we figure it out? Like, it's not like we're reaching out into unexplored territory. We already did it, and it worked great. Everyone well, the people who didn't like it were buried under the weight of his overwhelming mandate. So there you go, you know? Like, we already did it. I'd take an LBJ type at this point. God, honestly, even that would be like an unbelievable victory in the face of this political environment. Ro Khanna or AOC? Ro Khanna. I think AOC's kind of been a huge pussy. At least Ro Khanna is willing to upset people by advocating for a wealth tax, even though he represents a district of very wealthy people. But AOC is just like folded on. AOC just does not go after Democrats, which is unacceptable, you know? Unacceptable. The fucking Ro Khanna Massey ticket, man. Jesus Christ. They go crazy. I would unironically take a Ro Khanna Thomas Massey ticket over Gavin Newsom and whoever else. Certainly over any Republican ticket. Thomas Massey may be a deranged libertarian, but he shows more spine and more of an interest in the long-term health of this country than basically any Democrat. And that's despite his economic positions being fucking insane. Where'd FDR come from? The Navy, I think? I don't know. Sounds like you're trying to lose. If Gavin Newsom or Kamala Harris win in 2028, we will have lost. That's my point. We will have lost. We will have lost just as decisively as if Trump had won a third term. Not, again, because Dems and Republicans are the same. They're not. But because we need leadership of extraordinary competence and extraordinary spine, you know, extraordinary confidence in order to get out of this pit. And if we don't get out of this pit, we will die in here just the same. Chris Van Hollen, maybe? I like Chris Van Hollen. If he makes a run for president, I would probably be pretty favorable to it. Again, one of the few people from the Dems in this admin who has bothered to do anything. I'm a Bennett, bro. Yeah, yeah. You don't hate the deep state enough. I know a lot of people are going to mischaracterize my arguments here, but I hope everyone watching understands that I am not making this argument, the incorrect argument, that Dems and Republicans are the same. Only that, if you would think, I mean, we are tumbling down a cliffside, and we have an option. There is a potential that the 2028 presidential election will be a choice between willfully hurtling ourselves down the cliff further or folding our arms and doing nothing. It is true that we will get to the bottom of the cliff faster by hurtling ourselves down the cliffside than we will be by folding our arms and doing nothing, but we're dead either way. My only real support, my only real advocacy can be for somebody who will actually, I don't know, drive their fingers into the rock and try to slow it down, your fall, I mean. And I don't even know if that would save it. I don't even know if that would be enough. Would you support Jon Stewart? No, I don't like his political instincts. Also, people stop saying Jon Stewart. It really makes me depressed, okay? He's not running for president. He doesn't want to. He's never said he wants to. You're just mentioning, like, a guy you like, you know? You might as well list a YouTuber. All right, you're all very funny. What about PewDiePie? Well, he would win the young right-winger vote. What the fuck? This was posted before the shooting in Minneapolis. No, wait. People are protesting a shooting that occurred earlier today? 9:28 a.m.? That was 4 hours ago. Didn't the shooting happen 3 hours ago? This footage might be from the Syrian civil war. There were multiple shootings. Okay, so this was response to a previous shooting. Okay, gotcha. All right, whatever. I'm not touching that with a 12-foot pole. America moment, yeah. This was pretty much the exact point that Paul Zigo and TJ Kirk were making the last show y'all did together. That was like no, it wasn't 4 years ago. I think the underlying sentiment that Paul Zigo was expressing is more defensible now than it was then. I do concede a lot of it. I will say, though, that a lot of the stuff he said was extremely dumb. So I think that if I went back and revisited it, I might like reflect or change my mind on some positions. But there's without a doubt, though, like there were things he said that then I disagreed with that now I would. Do you want to revisit it now? No, there's a bunch of news today. I'm not gonna No. Yeah, I still disagree with the third party thing, though. I just don't think mathematically that a third party ticket is viable in this country. It's not the way the voting system is set up just doesn't really make it possible. And I think my reasoning is different, but you know, whatever. Would you ever move to the other to another country? I am broadcasting from fucking Xinjiang right now, okay? This is all a green screen, okay? Why does it have to be a green screen? It's a good question. In China, rooms are not allowed. I'm actually like under a bridge right now. I'm recording with my phone, and this is all like an elaborate 3D construction to... There's like a little bin right here at my feet. The program masks out people walking by, but they're dropping like dollar bills in. I'm pantomiming a live streamer. They have no idea. The bridges have 5G, right? Yeah, it's very impressive. Very impressive. You have amazing sound isolation tech in your microphone. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, but would you move? From Xinjiang, or do you mean like actually? Dude, fuck yeah. This country's dying. What the fuck? Sure. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, I'm not... Listen, okay? America will always be my home, but holy shit. Have you seen what the direction this country's going in? Yeah, I'm not like locking myself in to forever live here if I want to. Where? I don't know. I haven't thought about... Would I be willing to move, and do I have moving plans, are two different things. Sure, I guess I'd be willing to. I'm not like ideologically opposed to it. Did chat talk about how ICE murdered a person? Nah, we haven't heard about that. Why many police agencies limit shooting at moving vehicles? Well, I think the main reason you should limit shooting at moving vehicles that are occupied by people who have done nothing wrong is that if you shoot at them, you might murder a person for no reason. That's my personal... Like, this isn't really a technicality issue, right? Like, if the Gestapo broke into a house and murdered a Jew, like shot them execution style in the back of the head, my response to that would not be, this is why historically no-knock raids have been a taboo in the Berlin policing department or whatever. Walls calls on protesters to remain peaceful. They want a show. We can't give it to them. We cannot. No, I want a show, actually. I personally would love a show, actually. I would love that. Fuck you, Tim. Oh, hey, Bottling Sunshine. Man. We no longer like Tim. How can we like Tim in the face of this, man? Like, he's currently presiding over this massive... I mean, we can all feel it brewing, can't we? And he's just like, nah. My tummy hurts. But do we like Jacob Frey? I mean, right now more than Tim Walz. Okay, but it's not the same hatred reserved for Kamala or Newsom. I only have so many tiers of hatred in me, okay? I can't always perfectly proportion them. I'm mad right now. Will you shut the fuck up, please? Yeah, I liked him at first too. All right. You guys want a little bit of a whiplash? You guys want some good news? Remember how the Trump administration and all of their Hitlerite media lackeys desperately tried to make the assassination of Charlie Kirk into a burning of the Reichstag moment? You know, if you criticize Charlie Kirk, we'll fire you. If you make a nasty face when Charlie Kirk's name is said, we'll fucking kill you, man, you know? And then they overstepped and almost immediately nobody cared about Charlie Kirk at all, and now he's like the most made fun of guy ever, basically. Like, seriously, it's funny because for years and years and years, the right has been ghoulish about the murder of George Floyd, which obviously is different because George Floyd was just like, you know, a random guy, like drug addict guy. I think he was kind of shitty interpersonally. He's just a guy, right? Whereas Charlie Kirk was like a fucking Hitlerite media mogul. You know, the degrees of harm here are incomparable. So whatever. The right has been demonic about, you know, fucking George Floyd for ages. Instantly, in the span of like a month, everyone, even like normal people, are way fucking meaner to Charlie Kirk and his wife than the right could ever manage with George Floyd. Even with all the hatred and all the racism and all of the, you know, T-800 Terminator Photoshop George Floyd memes, they couldn't even come close to replicating a drop of the immediate hatred that everyone felt comfortable expressing towards Charlie Kirk. But we have not always been in this moment, folks. It's not always been this easy to make fun of Charlie Kirk. Remember the brave few, the brave and the proud, who were the first to make fun of Charlie Kirk. Or in the case of this Tennessee University professor who just won $500,000, one of the first to point out that Charlie Kirk was kind of an asshole. That's right. The professor who was fired because he quoted Charlie Kirk after his own assassination has won a wrongful firing case and has got $500,000. Woke 2 is back. A theater professor in Tennessee is back on the job and $500,000 richer after being fired over a social media post in the wake of conservative activist Charlie Kirk's assassination. The New York Post, journalist having to type this one out, gritting their teeth. Darren Michael, an associate professor of acting and directing at Austin Peay State University, was reinstated last month, and the school will pay him $500,000 as part of a settlement agreement related to his termination. The public university will also reimburse Michael for therapeutic counseling services. That's fucking awesome. Not just $500,000. I want you to fork over the money that I spent talking to a professional about how right I was to point out that Charlie Kirk was a dipshit. Keep in mind, by the way, the only thing that he posted was quoting Charlie Kirk himself. Actually, do they say here? It's the New York Post, so maybe they don't. No, they don't. Of course not. It's the New York Post. Oh, no, here we go. In one Facebook post, which caught the attention of U.S. Senator Marsha Blackburn, Michael shared an article titled, "Charlie Kirk says gun deaths are unfortunately worth it to keep Second Amendment." The professor did not add any additional caption to the post. Oh, he didn't even post anything! I was mixing it up with a different guy. Literally all he did was repost an article where Charlie Kirk said that some deaths are worth the Second Amendment. That's he just shared an article. He lost his job for that, man. Holy. He won $500,000 for that repost. So I guess to that, can we all express a little bit of heartfelt appreciation to the one, the only Senator Marsha Blackburn, who gave this guy $500,000 by sharing a screenshot of his repost. What do you say, Austin P? And getting him fired because this dipshit pussy-ass university took him, you know, threw him out over this. She essentially put the $500,000 in his pocket. They were so fucking desperate to make this the Reichstag moment. Everyone who criticized them now was endorsing a murderer. Everyone who criticized them now, anyone who said anything bad about Charlie Kirk or Trump or any of them, were essentially engaging in an act of political assassination themselves. And it all fell apart in no time. No time at all. It took no time. It took less than a month. It took like 3 weeks at most. The senator's post included a photograph of Michael and his resume. This was the degree of deranged hostility and surveillance state paranoia that they wanted everyone to be subjected to. She posted his fucking face, his number, his email, a little biopic here. He published it in 2023. Wait, did he? No, he shared it after Charlie Kirk's assassination. The article originally was from 2023. His classroom number 2, yeah. Absolutely deranged. But they would do this to everyone if they could. Remember, they did this with Israel. After October 7th, they did the same thing, and they got away with it for longer, too. Now, not so much. Now that the median American position is that every single Israeli is Hitler. But for a while there, I mean, remember those, like, where did those come from exactly? Those trucks that were, like, doxing students? They had, like, a screen on the side, and they were doxing college kids because the college kids were, like, part of Palestine action groups on campus or whatever. Fucking crazy. Also, this guy's university dropped him over a 305 like post. This was not anywhere close to the most like prominent dox or like deplatforming attempt from the right after Charlie Kirk's assassination. This was honestly one of the weaker ones that ended up getting a guy fired. Israeli terrorists and Zionist zealots literally attacked UCLA students and nothing happened. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. It sure is like really fucking inconvenient how it is a statement of fact that Zionists, both in our government and Israeli agents, have basically unlimited political leeway to disrupt our political actions, interfere in elections, disrupt protests, do whatever the fuck they want, and they enjoy complete legal protection. There have been so many stories of disruptive agents sent into universities who are only there to stir shit up, and then it turns out they're former IDF soldiers, literally in the employ of Israel to come to America to farm likes on social media over how they feel persecuted because the class they chose to sign up for talks about the Nakba or whatever. It's great. See what happens when you fight back Dem leadership? It's not even Dem like, again, they always lose in court. Everything they do is illegal. Oh yeah, I found the link on that. Pretty close to confirmation, Israelis are spying on college campuses and sending that information to members of Congress. Black Nest, inside Canary Mission's secret web of unlisted websites. The time zones of documents uploaded to the back end of the sites correspond to Israel's time zone. It's a whole, again, it's not even conspiracy shit because we all know that it's happening, but there's like a direct line. You can basically think of all of Israel as the American military industrial complex's own ICE. Like, it's like an entire nation of externalized funding and political power that can be weaponized against the American people. There's a reason why they cooperate so much with ICE and with their own police. They train NYPD. I feel that representatives cooperating with Israeli spies is treason. Keep in mind that Israeli spies are basically just American spies. Like, the job of the Israeli spy is to go spy on us and then report to Israeli agents in Mossad or whatever, and then they report to American politicians and leaders. You know, like it's a chain of espionage that allows them to get around the limitations they would otherwise have to navigate if they were spying using our own people. For instance, if it turns out that you're being surveilled by US law enforcement, there are a bunch of things that you can do to confront that. Because you're an American citizen, you have rights, and there are procedures. You can, file for disclosure. You can demand what they're surveilling. You have legal protections against them. But if you're being surveilled by Israeli agents, you're fucked. It doesn't matter if the chain of command eventually wraps back around to American leadership. Just think of all of Israel as like an extended paralegal, like, surveillance state that we use against ourselves. Yes, but everyone ought to be tried for high treason. Well, that's also true. Do you think that a small university was just afraid to blow back from the admin for failure to address that point in some heavy-handed way? I think that if you're willing to fire a person and deprive them of their livelihood and send them hunting for a job because they retweeted an article indicating an ironic position of a person who was just assassinated, and you're kowtowing to administration pressure that has no real teeth to it, I think that you're disgusting, and I think that you should be tried at The Hague. I don't have, there is no legal recourse for what I feel about the administrators at his university and what they did. I don't think there's any like legal thing that could be done, but morally they should be tried at The Hague. Yeah. Hey, okay. Man, a lot is happening today. And yesterday. And yesterday. Wrongful termination's a legal option. Yeah, but that's a civil suit, and that's what they settled for, giving him $500,000. I want criminal consequences. Yeesh. Trump says he's increasing the military budget. Trump says lots of stuff. To 1.5 trillion. Sure, dog, whatever. I look forward to 148 House Democrats voting in favor of this because they support the troops or whatever. This is, I'm not taking this seriously. 1.5 trillion. He doesn't know. He doesn't even know what this number is. The money ain't there. I mean, we could print it. We could print it. Actually, if you want to talk about stupid, sloppulous things that the well, this isn't really sloppulous. That's kind of the opposite of sloppulous. But on the other hand, look, we're balancing it out. I know he's doing this to appeal to people right now. Like, this is a very fragile time for the administration. For a very long time, buying and owning a home was considered the pinnacle of the American dream. It was the reward for working hard and doing the right thing. But now, because of the record high inflation caused by Joe Biden and the Democrats in Congress, that American dream is increasingly out of reach for far too many people, especially younger Americans. It is for that reason, and much more, that I'm immediately taking steps to ban large institutional investors from buying more single-family homes. And I'll be calling on Congress to codify it. People live in homes, not corporations. I will discuss this topic, including further housing and affordability options, in my speech in Davos in 2 weeks. Why the obsession with single-family homes? Yeah, especially single-family, too. Like, a lot of these bigger corporations own apartments, not single-family homes. It doesn't really mean anything. But then you remember that large corporations own basically no single-family homes. There's Blackstone with a nice 0.06% of the single-family home stock in the United States. Other institutionally owned single-family rental, 0.5%. It's like nothing. The vast majority of single-family homes are owned by regular people. Or, you know, maybe like a landlord who owns 2 or 3 homes. It's not a lot of people. I own a single-family home. Good for you. Good for you. Good for you. What does the composition look like in areas directly surrounding major cities? Like this. I promise you, the problem with housing costs is not Blackstone or other major corporations buying up all the single-family homes. It's just not. It's a talking point that got way out of hand because everyone wants to apply the standard stamp model of big business bad. In reality, that's just not what's causing this issue. Trust me, big business bad. Blackstone is still bad, you know? But they are not what is causing the rising cost of housing. They're just not. It's mathematically untrue. Well, in Atlanta, it is. Investors now own 30% of Metro Atlanta single-family rental homes, data shows. Investors like big corporate investors? Buddy, I am not paying a subscription to the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, okay? Jesus Christ. Do you have a non... You can borrow my login deets? No, I'm not borrowing your login deets. Let me just see if getting rid of the fucking JavaScript fixes it. Nope. Corporate landlords are buying up more of the state's single-family homes, even as people struggle to purchase or rent a home. So what, is Atlanta responsible for like 1/2 the total national amount of big corporate ownership of single-family rentals? That's pretty crazy. Companies own 64% of single-family rental housing units. Wait, housing units or single-family homes? I would need to look more into this. It's not really relevant to the broader point, I suppose. Isn't the reason for prices being so high is because there's a lack of supply? Yeah, the only reason that anyone's investing in housing anyway is because the supply is so low that it's you know, the price has skyrocketed. It's only a good investment opportunity for these corporations because there are so few houses. Well, at any rate, I know some people are going to fall for that. It doesn't really matter anyway, because, you know, Trump's not going to do anything. He would never do anything to limit the power of corporations. And if he appears to, it's only so that he can sell permission slips to the companies he likes the most. Breaking. Trump says executives of U.S. defense contractors will no longer be allowed to make more than $5 million unless they build new and modern production plants. Trump also says he's banning dividends and stock buybacks for defense companies until these problems are rectified. This sounds based, but then you have to remember that Trump has done versions of this before, and it always plays out exactly the same way. Trump says, hey, corporations, you can't do X thing anymore unless I like you. And then I reserve the ability to directly and unilaterally give you permission to bypass these limitations. It's just mob boss shit. It's just another way of ensuring fealty. Been getting a lot of that lately. Putin does the same thing. Yeah, it's classic you know, authoritarian shit. You throw out a broad swath of very applicable laws, but then you exempt people from them if they you know, serve you well, and that way you don't really have to change anything except making people more loyal to you. Hitler built the entire Nazi party on rhetoric like this? Yerp. Yes, sir. This isn't even close, actually, to the most nakedly corrupt thing that Trump has done recently. I can't believe... This was yesterday. Didn't Trump say that we're seizing Venezuelan oil, selling it from America, and that he controls the money? I mean, again, Trump says a lot of stuff, so we'll see if that's actually possible. But hold on, let me find that. Let me find that. Let me find that. I'm looking for that. Unsuccessfully. All right, Truth Social. I'll look for you. He has been posting a lot lately. A lot. Things are heating up. I'm looking. I'm not finding it. Can one of you guys find it? Why am I not finding the Truth Social post where he talks about how he's going to unilaterally seize the I got you, boo? Thank you. There we go. I'm pleased to announce that the interim authorities in Venezuela will be turning over between 30 and 50 million barrels of high-quality sanctioned oil to the United States of America. This oil will be sold at its market price, and that money will be controlled by me as President of the United States of America to ensure it is used to benefit the people of Venezuela and the United States. I have asked Energy Secretary Chris Wright to execute this plan immediately. It will be taken by storage ships and brought directly to unloading docks in the United States. Thank you for your attention to this matter. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that Marco Rubio today was asked how much this would cost, and he said it would be free. And then he was asked again how much it would cost, and he said, nah, we don't know yet, basically. I think that was on a sin. Hold on. There's so much shit. Epic? Super epic. Let me find this. I'm looking. I'm scrolling so fast. Aware as ever of the fact that people have a short attention span. Oh, am I scrolling? Oh, is he scrolling? Where is it? That one? That's not the one. Where is it? See, there's been a lot going on lately, so there's a lot to scroll through. Lot of murder, you know, fun stuff. You lost me, took too long? Yeah, I'm sorry. The scroller. Okay, we're still in the murder arc right now. Still in the murder arc. What the fuck?
On Colombia, the president talked over the weekend and suggested that he would be open to an operation there. Should the president of Colombia be expecting Delta Force anytime soon? And then I had another one for you on California.
That would be a very unwise question for me to answer, to weigh into.
Colombian president should be living in a fucking bunker right now. Where is... You know, one of you guys could really help me out by finding the clip that I'm referring to. Nah, we good. No help. No help.
Two quick things, okay? Number one, because we have to go, because we got to brief the House, and if we don't and they're pissed at us, we're going to, you guys...
It's got to be from this.
That was because we were talking to you. I would make one more point, and it's a very interesting point. One of those ships that was seized that had oil in the Caribbean, you know what the interim authorities are asking for in Venezuela? They want that oil that was seized to be part of this deal. They understand that the only way they can move oil and generate revenue and not have economic collapse is if they cooperate and work with the United States, and that's what we see are going to happen. We got to go talk to the House, guys. I apologize.
Classified level is something only the United States of America can accomplish. The world is taking notice of that. Certainly Venezuela is taking notice of that. And it continues because two oil tankers, overnight, were seized by the United States of America, stateless or sanctioned, because the oil blockade, the quarantine of oil out of unsanctioned...
Damn it, it's not this.
Okay, yeah, well, that's what, yeah.
The president, as you saw, said that he is going to get 50 million barrels of oil or something from Venezuela. Does the president have the authority to unilaterally seize oil from Venezuela and then use the money from the sale of that oil as he sees fit, as he said he's going to do?
I hear Congressman Jimenez over my shoulder, who's the world's expert on all this, saying that is sanctioned oil, okay? And I'm not going to get up here and tell you the details of all these developments, because it's still being developed. There are a lot of ideas. There's some brainstorming being done out loud by all sorts of people, many of whom are not even authorized to have these conversations.
Jesus Christ. That basically him saying Trump should really shut the fuck up. He's really getting in the way of, like, the execution of these deals, because every time anyone cues him into any information, he immediately tweets about it.
Would not run with too many of these headlines right now, okay? I'm telling you that all of this is developing right now. I am very confident we have steady hands at the wheel, and then this will be figured out. So stay tuned. Thank you.
Is this the clip? No, because the clip that I'm referring to is one where he looks stupid. A reporter asks Marco Rubio how much it's going to cost to get 30 to 50 million barrels of oil out of Venezuela and to American ports, and then he says nothing. And then the reporter incredulously asks, nothing? It's going to cost nothing to do this entire administration? And then he says he doesn't have the numbers. What's really happening here is that they're using this money as a kind of slush fund for the president. They're trying to bypass the Treasury. They're using American taxpayer dollars, the real money of the government, to run this military operation, and then they're going to use the wealth they extract from it to directly enrich themselves or to allocate as they see fit.
We are in the midst right now and, in fact, about to execute on a deal to take all the oil. They have oil that is stuck in Venezuela. They can't move it because of our quarantine and because it's sanctioned. We are going to take between 30 and 50 million barrels of oil. We're going to sell it in the marketplace at market rates, not at the discounts Venezuela was getting. That money will then be handled in such a way that we will control how it is dispersed in a way that benefits the Venezuelan people, not corruption, not the regime. So we have a lot of leverage to move on the stabilization front.
Of course, what he's describing here is illegal mob boss shit, like the seizure of wealth from another country then being used as the personal slush fund of the president. Here we are.
It doesn't cost us. It doesn't cost us.
The involvement, the U.S. involvement in Venezuela. How much will it cost?
Well, it doesn't going to cost us any money. For example, this oil deal that's happening doesn't cost us any money. On the contrary, and if it opens up,
no money
well, look, I don't have the numbers.
Yeah, there we go. That's what I saw. Sorry, it took me a while to get there, but it's really difficult to overstate just how brazenly corrupt all of this is. We basically no longer have a Congress, you know? Congress is completely irrelevant. From matters of the purse to taxation to warfaring, like the Congress has given up all of its power. It used to be they had to vote in war, now they don't. It used to be that Congress would determine taxation, now they don't. The allocation of the budget, how that money is spent, now they don't. Unitary executive theory won. It really did. It won everywhere except for the non-Supreme Court. Courts that are not the Supreme Court, that's the only area where unitary executive theory keeps failing over and over. That budget bill funding ends on Jan 31st, so that'd be fun. Yup! You guys remember all the drama with the last government shutdown and the and the Democrats folding and thereby like giving the Republicans everything they wanted. Keep in mind, by the way, we never got those ACA subsidies. Everyone's health care, for the 21 plus million Americans who rely on ACA health care on the marketplace, it's not provided by Medicaid, they are now paying, in some cases, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times as much as they were before. I suspect we're going to have another government shutdown over some bullshit. What happens on the 31st? We run out of money. Again? Yes, again. Man. I thought the budget was a yearly thing. No. The budget continuation resolution is something that gets voted on every year in what is it? August? I forget. It's not even at the beginning of the year. But that budget resolution is only a spending plan. The spending plan, because we spend more money than we raise, then demands that we raise the debt limit. America is like the only country that has a debt limit. So basically, Congress can pass a law saying that the federal government has to spend money like so. And in that plan, it will say we need to borrow a given amount of money, but it will not itself raise the debt limit. The debt limit's only raised in a separate action, usually one saved for the last possible fucking minute, where we then debate whether or not we should make it legal for us to borrow the money that is required to be borrowed in order to fulfill the budget. October 1st, thank you, not August, October 1st. Because we're a fake country? We are a fake country, yes. What's the point of that, lol? Give Congress something to do? In a totally unrelated milestone, Washington will hit a $1 trillion milestone this year. That is the interest we pay every year on our debt. This is not our debt. This is the interest we pay every year on our debt. This is the extra money we pay because we have debt. $1 trillion. That's our Pentagon budget. Aren't milestones good things? No, I think I've just proven they can be bad things, too. Pay to who? Well, to people who have bought treasury bonds. The people who buy our debt. Interest payments were only $345 billion, only $345 billion, back in 2020. And they have now tripled. Yippee! In just 5 years, they tripled. What's the end game here for America? We nuke ourselves, maybe? Possibly? Shut up. I think an expansionist spree is the only solution. Oh, we're getting to that. We're getting to that. Are we going to end up being literally owned by another country? No, it doesn't work that way. The majority of U.S. debt, that is to say the treasury bonds, are held by American citizens and corporations. What is going to happen, though, is that in order to pay the interest on this debt, we're going to have to sell more and more and more of our debt, more of those bonds, in order to raise more money to pay the interest on the bonds that we've already sold. This very rapidly spirals out of control. It already has. We're already in the spiral, mind you. The interest payments tripled in 5 years. We're in the spiral right now. And And as it becomes more clear that we are unable to pay our debts, the only way we can pay our debts is by, because the traditional gamble was that, sure, America is increasing its debt and its interest payments. However, the American economy grows so quickly that as a proportion of our GDP, our debt is not actually increasing. And that's true. The idea is it's okay if a country's debt increases, because if the total amount of money moving through the economy increases proportionally, the debt to GDP ratio is what really matters. The debt to GDP ratio is no longer holding strong, folks. See, it turns out that a house of cards built on the assumption that the stock market will continue to rise by like 3% every year is not actually a good bet when, for one, sometimes the market crashes, and for two, our debt is increasing by more than 3% every year, you know? So it turned like that was bad math on both sides. Show a graph or something? Sure. Debt to GDP ratio. There. You might notice a problem. Down here in the 1980s, our debt to GDP ratio was in the ballpark of 30. So that's okay. And now it's not even a little. It spiked up due to COVID, but the real recent bump right here was due to quantitative easing, the Obama era Fed approach to dealing with the 2008 financial crisis. You might notice here the only time it's really ever meaningfully gone down was under Clinton, the one president in recent memory to run a surplus. But yeah, we're currently in the bad times. I mean, we are spiraling out. QE was Bush, FYI. Okay, Obama took it nasty style. Come on. Okay, yeah. Obama did not invent quantitative easing, but undeniably after 2008 and so on and so forth. Is there any way out of this other than default and collapse? Massive wealth tax. Massive, overwhelming wealth tax. Like, we need to strangle the wealth in this country. We need to hold wealthy people by their ankles and shake them and their lunch money falls out. This country is dead unless we do that. I mean that, by the way. Like, this country is actually dead. This is not a problem that can be solved with creative accounting. This is a wall that we're running up against. The debt to GDP ratio is an active, unambiguous wall. It's right ahead, okay? And it only grows exponentially over time. As you have to borrow more and more to pay down more and more, our interest payments are $1 trillion now. $1 trillion a year. It just gets worse and worse and worse. And the worst case scenario would be if we can no longer pay our debts, our status as the global reserve currency would be challenged and our debt would be downgraded. People would no longer see American debt as a safe investment. Our treasury yields would no longer be, our bonds would no longer be considered a safe investment, and people would invest in them less because the likelihood of a payout would go down, which means we no longer have the ability to raise the money required to pay our debt without raising the interest rates even further, which means it spirals out even harder. It's the end of the world, basically. An American financial collapse, the financial collapse that I'm describing, would probably cause more human suffering in terms of deaths and injuries than if nuclear weapons were fired at like the top 10 biggest cities in the world. If you drop nukes on Paris, New York, New Delhi, London, etc., whatever, and just dealt with that, the amount of death that would be caused from that would be less than the consequences of an American financial collapse. That sounds pretty bad. Yeah. Check Japan's debt to GDP ratio. There are other countries that also have really bad debt to GDP ratios. America's not the only one, but America is unique. For one, we're the global reserve currency. For two, we have been rapidly increasing our debt because we have operated on the assumption that the economy would keep growing in tandem. The Japanese economy doesn't really work that way. Don't get me wrong, their national debt is a huge problem, and it's a remnant of their 1990s financial collapse. But their system right now is, compared to ours, stable compared to ours. They do have issues compared to ours. But also, they're not the global reserve currency. Their economy works very differently than ours. Very differently. I know that stuff like this is much less sensational, much less interesting than covering a recent shooting or whatever, and I can see that because, you know, there's some fluctuation in the viewership. But I want you guys to understand that what we're looking at right now is more consequential than almost anything happening day to day in the Trump administration. This, if left unaddressed, and this can only be addressed with taxation, massive taxation, will be the end of the country. It is the end. This is a greater risk than anything else happening, anything else pending in the immediate future. This is a bigger thing to worry about, in my opinion, than even climate change. Because climate change, naive as it may be of me to believe this, I really do think that is a hill we're capable of climbing. But in order to climb a hill, you need your limbs to function. You got to have your boots on tight. If America goes under in the fashion that it seems like it will, I don't think we'll be able to climb the hill. I think this will be the an American financial collapse would guarantee that the global economy is incapable of responding to the challenges that climate change would bring. That's not to say climate change isn't a serious issue. What I'm saying is that this is more immediate, which is crazy because climate change is like right here, you know? And it would just like if we fix this and the American economy was fine and we weren't at risk of this kind of collapse, I think that we could overcome climate change with excess deaths limited to hundreds of millions. I think that if American financial collapse happens, we would guarantee billions in excess deaths. You understand what I mean? I hope this is coming. I don't want to overstate my case. I really do believe this, though. I really do. Can you describe how are people going to die if the U.S. has financial collapse? I mean, like massive starvation in many parts of the world, famine class. It's the global reserve currency. So for one, like starvation would be like that. I mean, drought, the inability to allocate resources. There would be civil wars breaking out across less developed regions in the world as holdings that previously guaranteed some degree of stability fell apart. American businesses would go under, and a bunch of countries that were previously basically held together with financially extractive contracts with American businesses would fall apart. Significant portions of Latin America, North and Central Africa, Southeast Asia, these areas would essentially become like lawless overnight because the money holding these places together, it would be gone like that. That on its own would be an exceptional amount of suffering, with many deaths. But it would also mean that in a lot of cases, we would lack the wealth and the resources necessary to overcome some of the systemic trials that climate change would demand of us. For example, powering the world with renewables is expensive. It requires stability. It requires long-term investment. It requires trust. It also requires very productive factories. And why would Chinese factories continue to produce so much in solar if they have no one to sell to? The Chinese export market would go underwater almost immediately. We're talking about like supply chain fractures, the likes of which no economist or politician or political scientist could even begin to really grasp at. I can't, certainly. I only know it would be very, very bad. That's all I can say, really. Yeah, it would take a very long time to come back from it. If you want a direct comparison, keep in mind that the Great Depression fucked the entire planet and caused an unbelievable amount of suffering, and then a new age of fascism after it. And the Great Depression was caused by an economic collapse that would be a tiny fraction of what this would be. Like, the Great Depression was a bank run, financial instability, etc. This would be that times 100. So just imagine what that would do to the world, okay? 2008 fucked many global economies over for decades, and that was literally just American banks trading on subprime mortgage loans. The end of like the trustworthiness of the global reserve currency would be so much worse. And you're saying this is imminent? Unless we tax the fuck out of people, yes. Yes. That's one of the reasons why I say stuff like, I don't really care that much between a Republican winning and Gavin Newsom winning, because I don't think that either of them would fix this. Like, in a long-term sense, it kind of seems like both of those timelines sort of arrive back at the global mass death position, whereas the meaningful distinction is like, are you even capable of addressing this? And right now, Ro Khanna is the only Democrat politician who has swing, right? Who's got a little bit of sauce, who's got a little bit of, pep in his step, who is stirring up waves over a wealth tax. If Republicans win and they face this, what will they do? Just die? Well, if Democrats win and they face this, they'll also just die. No, the wealthy are building bunkers. The world's wealthiest and most powerful people all know this is coming and don't think they can do anything about it, because in order to stop it from happening, they would have to tax each other, which they're not willing to do because they're all part of the same club. So they're all building like Hawaiian survival bunkers right now. Trust me, they all know this is going to happen. All of them. Anyway, yeah, sorry. I agree with the solution, but he's way overstating the problem. Modern nuclear weapons detonating the world's most populous cities would be way worse. It would also lead to financial collapse. I understand. Like, the reason I said that is because I really want to sell how bad this would be, but I want to be clear that I am not in any way being hyperbolic when I say that you could fire some of the largest nuclear weapons that we have at the highest population centers that we have, and it would do a fraction of the damage that this would cause. I really do. Like, just the number of people who would die of starvation alone. Sometimes it's really difficult to estimate these abstract numbers. Like, you know how everyone's really torn up over one woman in Minnesota getting murdered by ICE today? But earlier last year, Elon Musk oversaw an effort to defund USAID, which has at this point now killed hundreds of thousands of people and will in the long run kill millions now that they are deprived of food and basic medicine that we paid pennies on the dollar to provide them. It's stuff like that. It's the difference between a loud, news-friendly, momentous death, or many deaths in the case of nuclear weapons, versus systemic death, right? Social murder. Social murder on an unimaginable scale. On the worst scale, actually. The collapse of the American economy would be the greatest mass death event in history, with no question. Yeah. Nothing else. Not the Great Depression or World War II or the Spanish flu. There's nothing else not even remotely, in all of human history, more death than anything that has ever been caused before, ever. Yay! Sorry. I know it's Bro, I think that's a bit far. It's mathematically correct. Can you give 2-sentence summary of how quantitative easing got us here, lol? Okay, the basic gist of it is that oh, fuck. 2 sentences on quantitative easing? No, I can't. I'm sorry, I can't do that. I've talked about it before. You're going to have to go. That's a whole thing. I am not educated enough to give a 2-sentence description of quantitative easing and why it's bad. There are probably people who are, but they know more than I do. Yeah, you're asking a lot of an illiterate person, okay? I really don't think the US is like Atlas holding up the world. It's not that we're holding up the world. It's that the global financial markets are deeply intertwined. Why do you think that the American Great Depression and the American 2008 financial crisis both caused global suffering? The dollar wasn't even the global reserve currency back when the Great Depression happened. At that point, the connection was like gold holdings, you know? I'm being told that I own a book on this called Capitalizing by Crisis. My beautiful partner has informed me that that I have such a book that I need to read. And is the AI bubble collapsing going to cause this? It's going to worsen it considerably because when the AI bubble pops, it will drop our GDP, which will spike our GDP to debt ratio. Like the ratio will get worse. And the worse that ratio gets, the more we have to borrow in order to pay it out. It won't necessarily cause the collapse, but it is going to be a contributing factor in the decline. All right, sorry. We got a bit out of hand with this one, but yeah, this is like the big issue for me, like the capital I issue, you know? Is it 10 years or 20? No, nobody, there's no way of knowing. No way of knowing. No way of knowing. Can you give advice on how to survive this? Rice and beans. Zoran just got a major win. Hochul will announce universal childcare plan with him tomorrow. Oh, nice. That's actually really super duper huge. Did Vosh cover the invasion of Greenland stuff yet? No. All right. All right. All right. Can't hold it off forever. We got a lot to cover. Like a lot to cover. QE inflates assets owned by the wealthy. Stimulus cash used at corp stores partly go with the wealthy profits. Money stays up, it doesn't trickle down. Yeah, essentially, yes. The whole point of currency as a concept is to facilitate trade, but at some point, the ruling elite decided that is not its purpose. The actual purpose of currency is to float upwards and then be held indefinitely in the assets of the super wealthy. Only the remainder, the stuff that doesn't flow upwards, gets to be distributed to the population to facilitate commerce. So as that divide increases more and more of the money isn't being retaxed, which means it's not re-entering the system. Yes, flamenco fencer, but that shit was dumb. That was dumb. Okay. Behold, the shadow president. Actually, it's funny that I didn't remember it when I said it 2 seconds ago, but I believe the Atlantic today actually just wrote a well-researched article on how it's the Atlantic, you know, credit where credit's due, on how Stephen Miller is essentially the shadow president, which is not a new position. I've been saying it without the deep research they engaged in. Thank you very much. I knew it because it was told to me in a dream, but I guess the research backs it up. Miller's official titles, he is also the director of the Interagency Homeland Security Council, understate the full sweep of his purview. Steve Bannon, a former Trump advisor and Miller ally, describes him as Trump's prime minister. Remember, in a parliamentary system, the prime minister is the one who actually runs the government. The president is just the head of state. The president is just the one who represents the country. Miller has a role in nearly every area about which he cares deeply. Immigration and border security, yes, but also national security, foreign policy, trade, military action, and policing. He may draft a flurry of executive orders one day, lead a meeting on lowering domestic beef prices the next, and travel to deliver a fiery speech of his own. Miller declined to comment for the story. Right. We can read that entire article later, but I was reminded of its release as we look at this wonderful interview between Miller and Tapper. It's insane.
So a source briefed on the Venezuelan operation told me that a handful of American troops sustained bullet and shrapnel wounds, but none are life-threatening. Can you share with us how serious any injuries to American service members might be, and also any information you can tell us about any Venezuelan civilian casualties?
Yes. Well, let me take the second part first, which is that the overwhelming share of casualties and fatalities that were inflicted were against the Cuban guard that had exerted control over the people of Venezuela. So what many don't realize is that for years, Maduro stayed in power through an illicit deal with Cuban communists to provide his security because he didn't trust his own people to keep him safe. That is how much he was hated inside of Venezuela. So what our special forces encountered when...
It's a pretty common thing for dictators to do. Also, Cuban security forces are much better trained than Venezuelan. The Venezuelan military is just like guys. The Cuban military has people who were trained by Cold War, like Soviet special agents. So there's a difference in the general level of competency.
They did that daring midnight assault into Caracas were armed Cuban guards, and they sustained massive numbers of casualties. I can't give you an exact number. The numbers that you've seen in terms of the Cuban guards publicly reported are probably lower than the actual number that were killed. To your first question, no, none of the, at least as I've been briefed, none of the injuries are life-threatening. Everybody is stable. And it just underscores the remarkable skill, precision, courage, and capability of our special forces. And I wanted to set the table one more time for your audience. I'm sure you've talked about it at length already. But the United States of America launched an assault force into Venezuelan territory, which has sophisticated air defense systems, which has sophisticated...
It really is very uncharismatic, huh? Don't worry, we're holding out on this for a reason. Wait, are we getting to Greenland in this clip, or are they omitting... Wait, does this portion of the interview that's posted on CNN's YouTube channel include his statements on Greenland? Because I was hoping it would lead up to that, and now I'm worried that this is short enough that they're not doing that. Oh my God, do they not? Do they leave that on the table? All right, well, fuck you. Have the clip.
The president was very quick to say that the recipient of the Nobel Peace Prize, opposition leader Machado in Venezuela, doesn't have the support in Venezuela to become the next president or the interim leader. And I wonder where he got that from, given that basically her cutout, Gonzalez, won the election last year, 2 years ago, overwhelmingly, 70% of the vote or something like that. Why does the president think that Machado should not be the next leader? Why does he think she's weak?
First of all of Venezuela experts agree, that it would be absurd and preposterous for us to suddenly fly her into the country and to put her in charge. And the military would follow her, and the security forces would follow her. This is not a serious...
So, in other words, and it's so fucking funny. I'm so happy that it ended up happening like this. There was some reporting that the reason why Trump did not pick Maria Corchado to be interim president in Venezuela is because he was upset that she didn't dedicate her Nobel Prize to him. But I said that's cap, because if he did feel that way, he would have mentioned it. The real reason he didn't was because Trump was informed by Marco Rubio, and I guess possibly Miller, that Maria would not be respected or allowed by the generals that still run the country, whereas the current VP, the current interim president, is respected and therefore would be a viable candidate. And it turns out that is precisely the truth. They could not have installed Maria without disrupting the balance of power over there. But funnily enough, Maria Cochado, after hearing reporting that that Donald Trump was upset with her for not directly dedicating the Nobel Peace Prize to him, then said she wanted to. Can I hold on? Where is that? She was getting interviewed, and she said, like, I want to. I wish I had all my links in order, but unfortunately, it's okay. The editors will cut this out. Hardest job? Unironically, man. Can somebody please fucking find that? I just think it's so funny that she's so desperate and so left out in the cold that she bought that rhetoric too. She was like, "Oh man, maybe that's what I did. Maybe that's why he wouldn't take me." Here? Thank you. Thank God. Thank you. Thank you.
Did you at any point offer to give him the Nobel Peace Prize? Did that actually happen? I had read that somewhere. I wasn't sure if it was true.
Well, it hasn't happened yet, but I certainly would love to be able to personally tell him that we believe the Venezuelan people, because this is a prize of the Venezuelan people, certainly want to give it to him and share it with him. What he has done, as I said...
Remember, she got the Nobel Peace Prize and dedicated it to Trump. Trump did not pick her for the Venezuelan regime change because she was not viable, but she is so desperate to run Venezuela that when she heard the false reporting, she ran to Fox News and was like, well, as soon as I meet with him, I would love to hand it to him myself.
It's a huge step towards a democratic transition, and I want...
But she's not getting it. She's not getting Venezuela. It's not happening. Anyway, we got to go back to Miller. It's so goddamn...
It's not even a serious question.
So should there be an election?
Let me, if you give me the floor for 30 seconds, let me tell you what we are doing here, Jake. The United States, this is sort of foundational. The United States is using its military to secure our interests unapologetically in our hemisphere. We're a superpower, and under President Trump, we are going to conduct ourselves as a superpower.
It's getting crazy in here, guys. It's getting really, really, really crazy in here. The official so for one, obviously, this is like deranged Groyper speak, channeled through our deputy head of staff. No, deputy. Why am I blanking on his actual job title? Shadow president? I mean, we might as well describe him as he actually is. Chief. Thank you. Chief of staff. Yeah, deputy chief of staff. It sounds fucking deranged coming from the voice of an actual person speaking out loud. I can't talk today. But this is, I think, really... fuck, how do I put this? I need to, like, frame my thoughts properly. It's over. The official position of the White House right now is that everything in the Western Hemisphere belongs to us and that we have a moral right to take those things because we are a superpower. Essentially, we have abandoned moral arguments for imperialism. That's the gist of it, you know? The State Department posted this the other day, and I know they post a lot of stuff, but I think it's pretty meaningful that we've kind of given up on the pretense of making moralistic arguments for our behavior, and now we're essentially just making might makes right arguments at the face of things. Remember that even with the threatened actions in Venezuela, Greenland, and Canada, even when we threaten to invade or annex those territories or engage in regime change, we have made moral arguments. They have been bad moral arguments, but they're still moral arguments. The argument that Venezuela is sending drugs to America and that's an act of war and therefore we have no choice but to respond, that is a moral argument. I don't mean to say the argument itself is morally good, only that it's an argument being made of morality, right? Likewise with Canada, if they were the 51st state, you know, they would benefit so much. Or Greenland, we needed to oppose Russia or whatever, we needed to protect Europe. All of these are moral arguments. This and what Stephen Miller is saying here are not moral arguments. These aren't efforts to convince anyone. These are just naked expressions of power. Like, we can do it, therefore we must. This looks so pathetic too. It does look pathetic. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying this is Orifarm. It looks fucking terrible. It looks so bad, especially like spoken out loud from the mouth of a real human being. You know, there's a reason normally stuff like this is constrained to the little dark age edits. But this is now the shift from the administration, an abandonment of moral arguments. I think things are going to get much worse. Much, 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 much worse moving forward. Vosh, there's something I don't understand. Last week, Trump was a lame duck president who wouldn't be able to do anything. Now he can do whatever he wants. They're one and the same. Lame duck presidents love to start wars. That's like the main, well, not the main thing they do. You can start a war unilaterally in the United States. You don't need Congress. Trump can't do anything domestically. He loses every court battle he gets into. He's lost public momentum. There's no support. He doesn't even seem to be able to go after his own political enemies. Internally, he is incredibly weak. But because Congress has ceded the power of the declaration of war to the presidency, he can do whatever he wants on that front. Isn't Congress supposed to be involved in this kind of operation? Yeah, that would be nice. Unfortunately, Congress ceded that power decades ago. I mean, his ICE seems to be terrorizing the populace pretty well. That doesn't mean it's not a lame duck presidency. What is ICE actually doing? Like, allowing a bunch of marauders to run around killing and raping isn't an expression of the authoritarian power of the president. If anything, it's the opposite, right? Like we said earlier, when Hitler was able to, he replaced his brown shirts with the Gestapo. He turned the lawless mob of ne'er-do-wells into a well-organized extension of state power. But ICE is not. ICE doesn't do anything. They don't change anything. They just hurt people, lawlessly, senselessly. But that's not the same as changing things. Nothing can be built. Nothing is being structurally reformed, you know? Are Republicans in Congress in agreement with all this? With all this, do you mean this like realpolitik bullshit, our new imperialist behavior? Here's Rep. Ogles.
You know, the passage of military assets in that region, as you see the area, the sea becoming more more traversable. It's important that we have a stake in Greenland, that they are quite frankly a protectorate of the United States, and not they've been in participation or a relationship with Denmark. That needs to end. Denmark, we have spilt more blood. The United States of America has spilt more blood protecting Greenland than the Danes have. We have a greater vested interest in Greenland than, geographically speaking, than the Denmark, the Danes have. And so when you look at the Monroe Doctrine, when you look at the Western Hemisphere, we are the dominant predator, quite frankly, force in the Western Hemisphere. And that speaks to Venezuela, and where I'll take odds with Senator Paul, my friend, quite frankly, is that, you had a dictator who was poisoning and killing Americans, and the President of the United States has sent a clear message. If you were complicit in killing Americans, we are going to come for you. And it was a military action, but it was on behalf of the United States, the American people, and our law enforcement capabilities.
Well, what can you
Wonderful. Yeah, this is classic dying empire shit. Unfortunately, it seems like we're kind of speed running the process a little bit. Here, yeah, let's just finish. Let's just finish the fucking clip. I know this is super disorganized. You're gonna have to live with it.
It is absurd that we would allow a nation in our own backyard to become the supplier of resources to our adversaries, but not to us, to hoard weapons from our adversaries, to be able to be positioned as an asset against the United States, rather than on behalf of the United States.
Sovereign countries should be able to do what they want to do.
The Monroe Doctrine and the Trump Doctrine is all about securing the national interests of America. For years, we sent our soldiers to die in deserts in the Middle East to try to build them parliaments, to try to build them democracies, to try to give them more oil, to try to give them more resources. The future of the free world, Jake, depends on America being able to assert ourselves and our interests without apology. This whole period that happened after World War II, where the West began apologizing and groveling and begging
I don't even
and
know,
engaging these
honestly,
vast
what you're talking
reparation
about right
schemes,
now.
it's a
Yeah, man. America after World War II, famously a militarily abstemious nation. You know, everyone remember 1946, where America put their hands up and were like, we're not going to do any imperialism. But to be clear, by the way, what he just said is, I say Nazi shit so much and I'm always right, but like straightforwardly, this is just a Nazi speaking. If you wanted to put a Nazi in a movie and you had him in the American government and you wanted him to give the speech that you would listen to, and you as the watcher of the movie are meant to interpret this as, oh, he's just speaking as a Nazi, not even as like an American, this would be that. When he says we became apologetic after World War II, I genuinely think he means Nazis. I'm not joking. Obviously, after World War II, America did a lot of stuff. We did a bunch of wars and regime changes. This makes no sense if you think of this as from the perspective of America, as in the America of post-World War II. He is thinking of what the German nation became after. I think he is thinking of like what the global Nazi movement became. It's very telling. It's very indicative.
What I'm talking about, Jake, is the idea, and by the way, you do, I know you love doing that smarmy thing, Jake, and I was hoping to be better than that this time.
Jesus, he's so fucking defensive and easily angered. Tapper hasn't even done anything.
I asked you about if there should be an election.
Exactly.
I asked you if there would be an election in Venezuela. That's what I asked. I said, why was the president so quick to dismiss Machado? You answered that question. And then I said,
the objective, Jake, is security and stability for the people of Venezuela. With our help and leadership, that country will become more prosperous than it has ever been in its whole history. Venezuelans
but the
will
woman
be richer
running Venezuela
and
right
safer
now is
and
part
more
of the Maduro
secure and
regime.
better off. There will be conversations, Jake, about all of these guideposts along the way. The reason why I was giving you that speech, which I know you didn't want to hear, is because you're approaching this from the wrong frame. This neoliberal frame that the United States' job is to go around the world and demanding immediate elections be held everywhere, immediately, all the time, right away. To create these vacuums.
That's not what I think, but you invaded the country.
It's funny how bad Miller is at this. I'm sure he's very convincing behind closed doors, but the moment he makes contact with a member of the media, all of that unhinged, like 4chan poll speak just lurches out of him with no control. So rather than making a calm case for whatever Hitlerite bullshit he wants to advocate for, he just like races ahead of every point to preemptively defend it, and it makes him look really, really weak. He cannot do it. No, he cannot do it. But this still marks a pretty significant moment, right? This is the abandonment of moral argument in favor of the president's actions, right? And we have gone from it would be good for us to do this to it is our right to do this, which is essentially like a pre-liberal way of I mean, it's perfect for a fascist, right? Like fascists didn't make moral arguments on behalf of the people they occupied, right? Sometimes they did for fun. Fascists say lots of stuff, but the reason Germany invaded France was not because they wanted to help the people of France, nor largely did they pretend it was. It was mostly just, we can, it's ours. Didn't his wife cuck him with Musk? We can only assume she did. Venezuela was promised to us centuries ago. Oh, well, I mean, the Israeli state is also based on a fascist myth. It kind of makes sense our government would go down this way. Hey, look at that, Whitey manifest destiny again. Yeah, to an extent. Though, in this case, some of the territory that we're trying to, manifest destiny our way into is owned by our European allies. I listen, okay, I cannot say this enough. I'm really not trying to do like the internet aura farming thing. This is very important, okay? To the fair nations of Europe, we are an enemy of the world and life itself. you have to treat us like one. You have to embargo the United States. You have made this mistake before with Germany, and you paid severely for it. Okay? You have to embargo us. We are, in no uncertain terms, stating our intent to invade a European nation. The administration has not been unambiguous on this point. They have outright said, like, military options are not off the table. This is not like... This is a very, very easy point, okay? I'm not expecting you all to go to war with us, because you probably wouldn't win, and also nukes and stuff. But at the very least, there have to be consequences. Consequences to this behavior. Take Florida in response. I think that'd be fair. Do you guys want Florida? Denmark, do you want Florida? Nope. 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 Funny tidbit on that, by the way. And I really, truly hope they're being serious with it. Denmark will shoot first and ask questions later if U.S. invades Greenland. Please, 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 I beg of you, do not let it just be rhetoric, okay? Spain has also vowed to deploy troops to Denmark. It needs to be all of them. It's not even a response, just military doctrine. I mean, right now, the only thing Europe seems interested in doing in response to our behavior is monitoring our situation.
To the country and we seized the leader of Venezuela.
Damn straight we did.
And I'm
because
saying,
we're not going to let.
So
the
is the
point,
U.S.
Jake,
going to have new
point,
elections?
Jake, is that we're not going to let.
This is the stuff of dead empires. This is when you have nothing left. You have nothing to offer the American people. You can't make their houses less expensive. You can't bring grocery costs down. You can't make education higher quality or more affordable. You can't make jobs more abundant. You can't fix the hole in the hearts of so many young men and women who think that they have no shot at making it in the world today. You can't get them houses. You can't do anything to make people more helpful. So instead of all those negative feelings welling up inside of you, okay, you need to focus on some big, externalized source of triumph. No, no, no. We can't make your life better in any way. It's the ultimate concession. So instead, we need to get really ginned up about regime change in Venezuela and annexing Greenland. That's what we need to focus on. And like lemmings, everyone's following along with it. Here's from Matt Walsh. The benefits of acquiring Greenland would be very substantial. Da-di-da-di-da. Of course, Matt Walsh was another one of the many, many conservatives saying that the era of regime change and imperialism is over and that America first is the way moving forward. Obviously, like, they were all being disingenuous. It's just rhetoric to them. But this is like the final boss, right? This is our final boss. The concession on their end that they cannot make things better for anyone, so this now is what we must focus on. I do hope Miller does more interviews, yeah. He's very revealing, you know?
Tin pot communist dictators send rapists into our country, send drugs into our country, send weapons into our country.
Okay.
And we're not going to let a country...
You'll note from Miller, there's not an ounce of genuine anger in his voice when he talks like this. I've seen Miller angry. Miller gets angry when reporters ask him clarifying questions. When he's talking about drugs being sent to America, he just raises his pitch. Like he knows he's supposed to sound angry, but he's not actually, because he doesn't care about people. He's a sociopath. He's only interested in his own aggrandizement, you know? He has been that way his entire life. Remember that video of him gloating over U.S. torturing people? He's like on a school bus or something. He's only 32 years old. No, he's not. I don't know how old he is.
Fall into the hands of our adversaries. The future of Venezuela working with America is going to be so bright and so incredible and so positive, and we'll have a conversation about everything that you raised. But the priority right now, as the president has been made clear, is a judicious, thoughtful, careful transition process to secure a great future for Venezuela and to secure a great future for America.
All right.
Let's just take a moment and just acknowledge, Jake, that what we've witnessed under President Trump's leadership this last week is one of the greatest foreign policy and military victories this country has ever had.
Stephen Miller, thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Yeah. I don't know. That's all I really have to say. Obviously, Stephen Miller personally is completely fucking deranged, but it goes so far beyond that. It just... When they lose the ability to do anything internally to shore their numbers up, they have to jangle keys about something. Would the Pentagon even follow an order to invade a NATO country? It wouldn't have to be the whole Pentagon. There's no real war declarations anymore. More likely, the president would authorize, like, we would send carrier groups to surround Greenland, and we would send, special forces detachments in to just sort of, like, mill about, and we would put pressure on people until eventually we would get them to, like, sign a document saying that they're our protectorate or whatever. It wouldn't be like a whole... Pentagon operation. Would the troops want it? I don't know. You go ask them. This is literally like when Argentina invaded the Falkland Islands because the economy was weak. Yeah. Empires used to do this all the time. This was like the default thing they did, by the way. It's only been since World War II that the world has stabilized. Prior to that, like, if you go back before, like, even to the 19th century or earlier, like, our country is falling apart, we must invade. Look at what Mussolini did with Ethiopia. The invasion of Ethiopia was just a desperate effort on the part of Mussolini to try to gin up some of the enthusiasm and fervor from the veterans that he got his leadership off the backs of. The whole promise from Mussolini from the very beginning was, veterans of World War I, you who were lied to and betrayed and mistreated and not respected for your sacrifices, I'm your guy. And with me in charge, we will lead you and the nation to glory. And then he took charge and, like, nothing happened. So what'd they do? They fucking invaded Ethiopia. And it was a disaster. We're seeing the collapse of the liberal international order. And by the way, to be clear, I do think that right now the European Union is completely complicit in that collapse. You're basically cheering it on. As long as Germany, France, the United Kingdom, whatever else, refuse to take this seriously and denounce us and treat us as we are, an enemy nation, you are guilty. The reason you're not doing that is because you're too pussy to say anything that contradicts the political interests of the entrenched economic and political elite that you respond to. People who are basically the same as the people running the shots here in America, You need to have some goddamn balls. Otherwise, you have nothing to speak to us on. How fucking smug do you think the people of the United Kingdom got to be when Chamberlain was permitting, and appeasing Hitler? Oh wow, look at what a shithole Germany is. Yeah, you let him do that, man. Maris literally said they're going to defend Greenland. Nah. I've seen this pussy bullshit. Statement made by Macron, Merz, everyone basically. Arctic security remains a key priority for Europe and is critical for international and transatlantic security. NATO has made clear the Arctic region is a priority and European allies are stepping up. We and many other allies have increased our presence to keep the Arctic safe. The Kingdom of Denmark, including Greenland, is part of NATO. Security must be achieved collectively. All they're saying here is like, America, you don't need to annex Greenland. We're all helping with the defense. This is not what it should be, which is if America invades, we will shoot them with guns. Meadows is in favor of the Venezuela shit? Of course he is. So is Macron? Of course he was. Okay, but nobody can actually step to the US military? Yeah, but if European powers actually deployed defensive garrisons to Greenland, substantial ones, it would mean that the United States couldn't actually do anything without really declaring war and really shooting at our European allies. Like that's the like it would prevent them from making any like half move. They would need to actually declare war. And if they did, then well, there you go. We're at war over Greenland. Balls on the table. Balls on the table. Rubio is being summoned to Denmark to discuss Greenland. This is probably like a final nonviolent offer to take Greenland. The main thing that Rubio wants is Cuba. It's Miller who's more interested in Greenland. Smarmer's evasive responses to what the U.S. is doing in Venezuela. Ugh.
Some people might be puzzled listening to you say that you think America might not be in breach of international law over Venezuela. I can't find an international lawyer who thinks this is anything other than a blatant breach.
International law has to be the framework and the anchor, the benchmark, if you like, against which we gauge all actions of all governments across the world. It's important we don't lose sight of the substance here. The president was illegitimate, and the thing that we need above all else is a peaceful transition to democracy. That was the position of this government before the weekend. It remains the position of this government.
Donald Trump was asked about that just in the last few hours. He sounded much more interested in getting American oil companies into Venezuela in a hurry than he did in having democratic elections in a hurry.
Well,
that's the guy, isn't he? That's what he's like.
I speak for our government, and let me be absolutely clear that peace.
He is a slave to the exact same financial interests that call the shots over in the White House. The European Union, everything, their countries, their relative progressivism, their socialized healthcare, their lower retirement age, everything you guys take for granted and sneer at us over, all of it, it could disappear like that. Blown away like the petals of a dandelion, okay? As soon as they decide it's possible and useful to do so. And when they're done raping my country for its wealth, they'll come to yours. And there's plenty to take over there too, okay? Do not get complacent.
Transition to democracy is the #1 priority in Venezuela. That's been our position all the weekend. It remains our position.
If you think it's not happening, and if you think he's breached international law, would you be willing to vote the other way on the UN Security Council?
Well,
from America.
The Security Council has no resolution drafted yet, so we haven't got into that space.
But in principle.
But I do think that it's important to just look in here at the substance of the issue. The president was illegitimate. He caused untold misery.
The UK is assisting in the seizure of their oil tankers. So the United Kingdom is actually participating in Trump's mafioso scheme to seize these oil tankers and steal them and bring them to the United States to sell them so that Trump can create a liquid out of treasury account that he can personally use.
for people in Venezuela, and we need that transition to democracy, that peaceful transition. That, as I say, the position before the weekend remains our position.
But it's important also, isn't it, for countries like Britain to lay down red lines? Would it be a red line if President Trump decided to do the same thing in Cuba that he just did in Venezuela?
Well, the benchmark for this government will always be international law. The framework will be international law. And for the US or any government, it's for them to justify their actions.
As a red line. So people will say, actually, what you're telling those Labour MPs who are upset about...
It is kind of funny to see him treat us the way Biden treated Israel, though, you know?
About this, international lawyers who are upset about it, is actually, I'm afraid we've got bigger fish to fry, on Ukraine particularly, and you just got to suck this up. We're not going to do much.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I've been absolutely clear. The framework is international law. I've been an advocate and argued for international law all my life. That hasn't
then this
changed.
must offend you.
This hasn't changed. The situation is complicated. It's complicated even today. There's further developments in Venezuela. So the US will obviously have to justify the action that it's taken and is taking.
British journalists are so much more antagonistic than American ones. Yeah, but it doesn't do anything. Like, keep in mind, there's less free speech over there than there is here. You know, pensioners getting arrested over their Palestine Action protests. Their country is in total gridlock. Nothing gets done. Like, it's not as though it's led to anything, you know? If anything, a cynic might argue the reason that European reporters are allowed to be more straight to the point and more direct is because they have less potential to get anything done there. Whereas in the United States, if public sentiment shifts far enough on an issue, any changes made could be globally impactful.
But we mustn't lose sight of the fact that that peaceful transition to democracy is the single most important thing.
You must worry about the message this sends to Russia and China. They believe they can do what they like in their spheres of influence. That's been absorbing a lot of your time in the case of Russia. And he's doing the same thing in America, isn't it? Sending out an appalling message to those countries, isn't it?
Well, that's why, consistent with our allies, we are making the argument that international law is the framework, is the anchor, is the benchmark for any government around the world.
I noticed that all of the good question asking in the world isn't doing very much to get any good answers. Why does this feel like AI? They're just like that. Oh my fucking god. Let's take a look on any updates going down in Minneapolis. I know that Tim Walz deployed the National Guard. Are there even riots yet? No, there are no riots, I don't think. Hundreds gather at the site of the shooting. A lot of businesses have closed for the day because they expect shit to go down. Yeah, Tim Walz has only sent the National Guard here to stamp down on the protesters, not on ICE. "37-year-old shooting victim died at the hospital?" Oh, so she wasn't even dead there in the car. Oh, so they might have killed her by not letting that doctor access her. When she was in that car, having been shot. This was her, by the way. Renee Good. It took a while for us to confirm. By us, I mean, like, I don't know, American media. I'm not media. You know what I mean. It took a while for them to confirm. She is good? Yep. They blocked the ambulance too. Wasn't until firefighters arrived that they were able to get to her. Wiki on the killing. Yeah, this one's gonna end up being pretty bad for them. I'm going to lose my fucking mind if local prosecutors don't throw the book at that ICE officer and make a show trial out of his proceedings. Yeah, even Hakeem Jeffries fucking agrees with me. Kristi Noem's a stone-cold liar who has zero credibility. There's nothing to suggest the shooting of an unarmed woman in Minneapolis was justified. This heinous killing must be criminally investigated to the full extent of the law. That's even, like, even this, like, low bar, like, bare minimum response is unusual from them, you know? Let's see how Fox News is covering this. Oh, fuck. Kristi Noem is scheduled a press conference. It goes on at 4 minutes. This is the okay, again, like you can determine the severity of a situation by how the accused respond. Look at this shit, dude. Look at this. Look at this. Initial video on the shooting. Jacob Frey's response. Jacob Frey's response. Protester response. Video of the shooting. Tim Wall's response. The Five response to Minneapolis ICE incident. Trump shares video of ICE shooting in Minneapolis. Kristi Noem press conference in 3 minutes. They are desperate to control the narrative here. Desperate, 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 desperate to control the narrative here. Put out 10, 100, 50,000 videos, you know, everything. They're rounding the wagons. Well, let's wait on the Kristi Noem press conference. I can't wait to see it. In the meantime, because she's probably not going to be on time.
A woman in Minneapolis is dead after an ICE-involved...
Just is dead. She just turned out that way.
...shooting. These are live pictures from Minneapolis. There
That's
are
a video.
videos, as we speak, going around social media showing what happened earlier today between protesters and ICE. We're working on bringing you those videos. You can see one of them on your screen as we speak. Basically, here's what it describes. It shows agents in a truck pulling up to a car that appears to be blocking the road. The two agents get out. They walk up to the driver's side of the car. From there, things escalate quickly. One agent touches the car, and the driver starts to learn. The driver ran over the officers.
Kill someone else! Don't get killed for this.
Going great.
Go another way! Move! Go another way! Move! Go another way! Behind us! Move!
Going great. They're chanting at police. Do you think ICE might be so hated there will be lynch mobs hunting them down? I certainly hope not. That would be extra legal. That would be illegal even. Of course not. That being said, they should, you know, be careful not to stir too much negative public sentiment, obviously. As should we all. Still waiting on Kristi Noem, who apparently goes live in 10 seconds. We'll see how... Live in 2 minutes. Yeah, okay. I thought so.
By lawlessness, by agitators. And on that note, not long after that moment you saw on your screen, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey...
Just a recap of everything that's happened up until this point.
Incidentally, Secretary Kristi Noem has weighed in on this. She called the use of the vehicle domestic terrorism.
And my understanding is that she was hit and is deceased.
Yeehaw, Texas howdy howdy military base press conference where 5 seconds after the woman stopped breathing, she took to the podium and said, yep, she was a terrorist or something. We're lucky she didn't kill everyone there.
Continuing to gather more information, but this goes to show the assaults that our ICE officers and our law enforcement are under every single day.
Now, the narrative that the officer fired in self-defense or the defense of his fellow officers, Mayor Jacob Frey called that BS. He didn't use the acronym. And the Governor Walz weighed in on it. He said, don't believe the propaganda. Now, we do know from a DHS source who was speaking to John Roberts that the agent who fired the shot was involved in a vehicular dragging incident last June, was dragged by a vehicle, that particular officer. Also, since January of 20...
So he had PTSD. Look at the woke left claiming to stand for people with neuroatypical conditions, condemning a man for reacting hastily in the face of a trauma trigger.
25, there have been 100 vehicular attacks while the agents are responding to different scenes and conducting their operations. Having done ride-alongs with the agents, I can tell you that the vehicular aggression is pretty frequent, and the feeling of the agents is it was just a matter of time before someone got hurt. Will?
Well, thank you so much, Mike Tobin.
They're still moderating the fuck out of their language. Fox hasn't said anything nearly as aggressive as the stuff that Kristi Noem or Tricia McLaughlin or Donald Trump have said. Mamdani made a statement. Our parallel, our shadow docket president.
First, just want to make clear that the news coming out of Minneapolis is horrific. This is one part of what has been a year full of cruelty. And we know that when ICE agents attack immigrants, they attack every single one of us across this country. And this is a city and will always be a city that stands up for immigrants across the 5 boroughs. And I have made it clear to everyone within my city government, and that extends to NYPD, that we are going to uphold our sanctuary city policies. We are going to adhere to them. That is why one of the 11 executive orders that we signed was to repeal the previous administration's order to allow for collaboration with ICE on Rikers Island. What we are going to be doing is following the laws that we have set, laws which have kept New Yorkers safe. And we are going to make it clear to each and every person in the city what their rights are. That's why we took the time to make a Know Your Rights video, because it goes back to the earlier question. If you don't know of your rights, then how can...
There is a very real possibility, and God, I hope, like, Mamdani is very limited in what he can do in response to ICE, but one thing he absolutely can do is direct his DA to aggressively prosecute ICE misconduct, as such a reminder to all the other local Democrats that you can just charge them. You can just charge, there's no consequence. You can just charge them.
You be expected to actually use those rights. So we are going to take every opportunity we have to inform New Yorkers of what they already can do, and also to make it clear to our own city government agencies and departments across the board, including NYPD, that we are not here to assist ICE agents in their work. We are here to follow the laws of New York City.
Do you think Trump/Miller is trying to escalate stuff so citizens get violent so they can impose more authoritarian rule? No, I don't. Because I think that if they were going to do that, they would have had to have done it last year. I think that they just can't control ICE. I legitimately think that ICE is just a brutal mob that they can throw at people in an effort to desperately aura farm, and whatever happens, happens, It's not new, right? It used to be one of the most common ways of keeping your army happy and fed when they were stationed inside your territory was to give them up villages to pillage and rape. Like, if you had, normally your armies were just like unconscripted men everywhere that were like doing surf shit or whatever. But if you had a raised army and you had to keep them in your territory, how the fuck do you keep like 40,000 very violent men in a camp without them doing anything bad. Oftentimes it'd be like, you're going to move from here to here, and you can basically have these villages. Our people, but you can have these villages, you know, rape, murder, whatever. It was super common. I don't think what's happening right now is that dissimilar. The protest has spread to New Jersey. Well, that's good. No compressor running? Okay.
I'll bring the other one then.
Can Trump pardon the shooter? Not if charges are brought to, against him by the state or local AG. We'll watch the setup, man. I don't give a shit.
And they're putting up some lights, so
yeah, so we got whole.
Okay, well, that audio is agonizing, so we're going to wait a little bit on having the audio run, actually. Looks like the Minneapolis police chief is investigating this as a murder. I don't give a fuck what they're investigating it as. I want charges. I want murder charges. Book 'em and cook 'em. Is AP have that? Okay, AP isn't running audio. We'll just go with Fox, whatever. Should be fine. This looks really bad for them. Here's from the scene.
Don't believe the lies. She was murdered in cold blood today. Don't be confused by this administration. Don't be confused by the lies. We have to see clearly, straight through those lies. And we have to keep on showing up in these streets. We have to keep on standing together. We are the only ones who keep us safe. So keep showing up, and don't just show up. Get organized. Join an organization. If you're not in an organization, join one, because we need you in this fight. Thank you.
I wonder what the tone from Fox 9 is like. Minneapolis, St. Paul.
The vehicle in question, the one that had the victim in it, it's the one you see there in the background, the dark maroon Honda Pilot. The woman apparently, as we understand it, was parked sideways across the lanes of traffic. At some point, just before the shooting occurred, ICE agents rolled up, and that's where the incident began, where officers were around the vehicle. There were 3 or 4 officers around, one in front off the driver's side front bumper, and 2 other officers next to the door. When the shooting occurred, the vehicle was moving out.
Go ahead and show that. This is lower right.
There.
And it happened so fast that it's hard to see what takes place. And as Randy said, there were 3 agents in particular surrounding the car. It's unclear why she was parked at an angle in the street, or what was happening in the street at that time. We do know that as they approached her vehicle, one agent told her to get out of the car, and then we see the car start to move, and then we hear the shots.
So that video you just saw is the one that President Trump also viewed.
Behind the vehicle as well that we want to show you. So you've seen, trying to get to a point where we can maybe slow this down.
They're still in this like holding period pattern where they're terrified to make any declarative statements. So they're just like, we're just analyzing the facts. here's what we see. Here's a thing that happens. Here's another thing that happens. Here's what another person says. Like they're not.
And show you some still shots. But as Randy was saying, we see all of the agents standing in the street, nobody on the ground. Again, that is the perspective from behind, and we've watched it several times. So again, that
$10 says Noam doubles down. Oh fuck, I'm not taking that bet. Of course she's going to double down. There is no way in the world that she's going to double down, and she needs to be held to account for it. You know, that's all you can do.
Vehicle the woman was in is it's parked in the street. We don't know for how long though, and it was at an angle, and we know it's green. But just want to give you the perspective of all the different reactions that are coming in as a result. Their vehicle, and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and ram them with her vehicle. An officer of ours acted quickly and defensively. Again, that is Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. And again, they have deployed about 2,000 ICE agents to the Minneapolis area in the last couple of days and have already...
Entirely because of that YouTuber. That fucking YouTuber, man. Doctor's POV, she died in the hospital. ICE denied doctors on the scene to administer first aid. The ambulance took 15 minutes to come. Yeah. No, for sure. ICE, she might have been saved were it not for ICE blocking the ambulance, and also a doctor who arrived before the ambulance did. Nick Shirley deserves life in prison too. Of course. Obviously, yeah. You know, at Nuremberg, they tried the propagandists too.
Made hundreds of arrests, and we know that they continued with ICE operations later today at different locations in spite of this shooting. We've heard from local officials.
Like, I want them to arrest this ICE officer now before he flees the state. There's a limited window of time here. Given long enough, he's going to leave the state, and the resources that you'll have available to you to track him down are going to become more and more limited. It's not like the FBI is going to help you. Not really. They're also the federal government. How would they know who he is? We already know the agent who did the shooting. Have we identified this woman? Yes, we have. No rush, boys. Surprising statement from the Giga Zionist Goldman, who called it murder. Well, yeah, obviously he'd be willing to call it murder if the woman wasn't Palestinian.
Invading our cities, using excessive force lawlessly with new agents without proper training. And sadly, this was not unexpected, but it is egregious. It was an outright murder. And the fact that the administration is trying to defend the ICE officer when everyone can see with their own eyes that that car was trying to get away because it still turned away from the officer after she was shot in the head. So the fact that they are arguing that somehow this is domestic terrorism, much less an attack on ICE, is preposterous. This officer not only needs to be fired and suspended, but based on the video, he needs to be charged with murder.
And do you think that will happen?
I have no idea what will happen.
Do you need to look at the Homeland Security budget as a result?
I think we will have to, yes.
These charges should already be filed. The Attorney General is capable of filing charges extremely quickly if they want to. The AG should have already filed charges. NBC coverage
has had his top cabinet officials enact and execute again in various places. But part of the response that you are seeing in Minneapolis over the last couple of days and this scaled up operation and presence of law enforcement agents is connected to these allegations that the White House has really been amplifying of what they call fraud in child care centers and related to potential other fraud in the state of Minnesota overall. overall, and they have been really trying to draw attention to that. They have definitely put resources into that. HHS has frozen some funding related to that in the state and in some other states as well. So there's a larger, again, more complicated conversation about all of this. But the president was the one who did react and posted that lengthy Truth Social post. But we haven't seen him on camera today, Hallie. He didn't have any public or open events. And instead, I think you're going to see the White House here deferring to Secretary Noem, to the Department of Homeland Security. And I wouldn't be surprised if they have spoken throughout the day today, as they both have been briefed on this in real time. Hallie.
And all of this, Monica, and you make the important point here about all the layers, about the many pieces to this, as these ICE operations have happened in other cities. This has been a real priority for the Trump administration and a priority for the president even before he took office, when he was campaigning.
Absolutely. This is certainly something that the president said he was going to be judged on two things when he took office this second term. He said it was going to be on immigration and what he does on that front, and on high prices. Those were his two markers. And when it comes to immigration, you have really seen the president.
Interview with victim's mother says she wasn't involved in any protest groups. ICE might have murdered a random person. Nicole Good. Have a feeling that this name is going to be coming up a lot, potentially even in history books. Of course, whether or not she was there as part of a protest action is utterly irrelevant. This is a sweet photo. The Minnesota Star Tribune. This is the least ghoulish photo I have seen related to this murder today. And they got it out pretty quickly, too.
And they had put a lot of different resources. And it's a situation, Hallie, where it's constantly evolving week to week. Sometimes there's a new city, a new area of focus as different officials have moved that. But it remains a top priority, and one that this president certainly says he's going to continue focusing on.
Monica Alba live for us there at the White House. Mon, thank you very much. As we're taking a live look now at Minneapolis, at that vigil at the site of that ICE-involved shooting. Again, a residential neighborhood. You see it here. Our Maggie Vespo reporting earlier that hundreds of people have been gathering as that vigil essentially builds. And I want to show you another piece of live video here. It's that news conference where we expect to hear from Secretary Noem. You might have noticed, okay, some action at the microphone there. That's typically what happens before an official would come out, a cabinet member like this. So we expect to see her sometime, we think, in the next couple of minutes. We will bring that to you live. As we wait for her to speak, I want to go to Julia Ainsley, because one of the things that we've seen, Julia, and our reporters to this point have made this point, the various angles of what has happened here. This is an instance where the images are there. The images exist. We have been and are seeing those images. We may get more angles, and we may get body cam, right? Body-worn cameras from these ICE agents as well, at least at some point down the road.
Could be. Of course, it's not a policy that they have to wear body-worn cameras. There's only about 25% of ICE officers who do have body-worn cameras, because they were distributed as part of a pilot program under the Biden administration. But in this administration, even with all the money from the big, beautiful bill that made ICE the most well-funded law enforcement agency in the country, they did not put any of that money toward body-worn cameras.
Wow, shocking. It's almost like giving the Gestapo little token body cameras doesn't actually fix the underlying problem, and they're a fundamentally fascist institution, and they should have just been abolished, which is something that you could have done.
Now, it could be that we do get other perspectives. Of course, we want to see what the officer was encountering when he decided to use his weapon. But Hallie, one thing that came to mind recently, especially as we saw the candles lit up for that vigil, I had a reflection back to a conversation I had with an ICE officer who decided to leave ICE this summer. This was someone who did not have a hard political view one way or the other about what ICE carries out, but they said that someone was going to get killed. That was the words this person used when they talked to me, that they said that they were being pushed so hard to increase arrests, to meet quotas. Remember, Stephen Miller gave ICE a daily quota of 3,000 across the country, which they've really never been able to meet. But they're being pushed so hard to meet it that this person was worried someone might get killed. And those words played back in my head today, especially watching that visual, that I don't think we thought an American citizen would be the ones killed. And this was not a woman that was being targeted by ICE. Now, it does appear she was part of a peaceful protest trying to block their cars from moving forward. But this isn't the way I think a lot of people expected these scenarios to play out when President Trump promised on the campaign trail last year that he would carry out the largest mass deportation force in American history, that there would be American citizens caught up in this.
Covering their tracks. Anyone with any sense has known from the beginning that this is what ICE would be. They did too, but they didn't cover it because they're complicit with the administration. So now that the evidence is mounting and it's more and more clear that ICE is exactly what it has always been, exactly what we all knew it was and always would be, she's like, I think a lot of people are pretty surprised by this. ICE being violent? ICE killing people? An American citizen? I don't know.
And lives endangered. And so I think that as Secretary Noem takes the podium, there will be questions, even if they're not the ones she's asked, but about how ICE's actions impact not just people who have violated the immigration laws of this country, which...
It's so fucked up, like looking at Twitter and seeing everyone condemn this, but in the condemnations, every tweet about it has a billion replies from bots, Indians, and like Filipinos, who are getting paid 3 cents a day to post, being like, you support domestic terrorism. It's so fucking crazy, man. Hyper trials for Elon Musk for ruining the goddamn website.
Many voters chose to put President Trump in this position because they felt strongly that people should not be in the country illegally and that they should be deported. But can she answer questions about how these operations affect a community, how they're affecting American citizens? There have been countless American citizens that have been arrested and detained by ICE, something that Noem has repeatedly denied, despite widespread reporting to the contrary and people sharing their own accounts. And so I think that's really what's at the heart of what you're seeing on the streets of Minneapolis and what Noem will be pressed on tonight as she takes the podium now.
Is Secretary Kristi Noem. Let's listen into her remarks. Julia Ainsley, thank you. As she is in Minneapolis.
I want to start out by addressing the loss of life that we saw here in Minneapolis today. Any loss of life is a tragedy, and I think all of us can agree that in this situation...
Right off the bat, remember when she was at the military base in Texas, yep, that terrorist tried to kill one of our boys, and I'm just glad she didn't get him. Yeah.
It was preventable. I've spoken to the president today on the situation here on the ground. I also just got off the phone a little while ago with Governor Walz and spoke to him as well. I want to reiterate first with all of you the facts of what happened today. At 10:25 a.m. Central Time, Immigration and Customs Enforcement were carrying out lawful operations here in Minneapolis. Because of the adverse weather that Minneapolis has seen in recent snow, one of the vehicles became stuck and ensnared in the snow.
Regular Minneapolis weather. It's January. I don't know why they keep saying adverse, like it's unusual storm or something.
Attempting to push out this vehicle, and when a mob of agitators that were harassing them all day began blocking them in, shouting at them, and impeding law enforcement operations. ICE officers and agents approached the vehicle of the individual in question, who was blocking the officers in with her vehicle, and she had been stalking and impeding their work all throughout the day. ICE agents repeatedly ordered her to get out of the car and to stop obstructing law enforcement, but she refused to obey their commands. She then proceeded to weaponize her vehicle, and she attempted to run a law enforcement officer over. This appears as an attempt to kill or to cause bodily harm to agents.
Massive concession from the administration. Do you know what this means? This means they're now worried they're actually going to have to fight it in court. Their original rhetoric that she's a domestic terrorist, et cetera, that was the gunzo, fascist, we can do no wrong rhetoric. Now she's backed off because she's scared. Hold on a second. Like, this is going to come up in court potentially. So now we're still lying. They're still lying. But now we're going to take like the position we would make to defend ourselves in court. We're going to pretend like it's a regular cop involved incident and not some insane gonzo hyperbolic bullshit.
An act of domestic terrorism. The ICE
well, I guess we're keeping with that.
Officer, fearing for his life and the other officers around him and the safety of the public, fired defensive shots. He used his training to save his own life and that of his colleagues. He was
Me when I fear being run over, so I quickly fire 3 shots through the side window of the car.
treated at a local hospital, has been released and is now with family. I encourage the American people at this point in time to pray for him, but also to pray for the deceased's family and her loved ones. Today alone in this country, there have been 4 different domestic terrorist attacks on federal officers by the ramming of vehicles. 3 of them happened here in Minneapolis. We've seen over 100 of these vehicle rammings happen in just recent weeks, and this must stop. ICE alone is facing a 1,300% increase in assaults against them and an 8,000% increase in death threats against all of them. In fact, the very same officer...
Yeah, this is not going to be interesting again until reporters start asking questions. Yeah, in Minneapolis, the Attorney General needs to immediately obliterate that police officer, that ICE officer. It is time. It's time. They have switched up the tone. Initially, they thought this was just going to be another thing they could aura farm off. Now they're like, oh, looks like we're digging our heels in. She's not backing off the point at all. Tonally, it's a shift, but she's still holding by all the same points. Saying the guy had to go to the hospital. This is the shooting, by the way. She turned away and slowly drove past him, and he just fired directly in through the side window. I don't know why they keep saying he had to go to the hospital. Like, what bullshit medical cause are they going to make up for that? Are they going to say his toe got run over? It didn't. You can see in the video, it didn't get run over. Are they going to say it was like emotion? Like what? There's clear footage from like 50 angles. You know? Maybe he had hearing damage from firing the pistol. They will never, ever, 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 ever back off. Like I said in the earlier segment, we are going to hear the phrase defensive rape from Kristi Noem at some point. They could do anything. ICE could pull a woman over, strip her bare, and fuck her on the street, and they would defend it. There is absolutely no line. They're animals, and like wild animals, they have to be caged. That's it. I'm sorry. Like you can't, there is no... You think I'm being hyperbolic. I'm not. They cannot back off any point. There is no line where they will go, oh, you know, well, this was clearly a step too far. And to preserve the perceived integrity of our institution, we need to... No, they won't do that. They won't. If they are not punished for this, that is a message to everyone of the tens of thousands of ICE agents that they can do this too. If they do not charge him and arrest him, they are telling all the rest of these guys they really can get away with this. They will be complicit in future murders. There is absolutely no line they will not defend. They won't. Noem already said he's with family and out of state. They can still issue an arrest warrant, and they can still demand collaboration from other police departments.
Who was attacked today had previously been dragged by an anti-ICE rioter who had rammed him with a car and drug him back in June.
Tragic.
He sustained injuries at that time as well. And let me remind you why we're all here in this city today and why we've been here. In communities across this country and here in Minneapolis, we're just enforcing the laws that we have in this country. For years under President Biden, tens of millions of dangerous criminal illegal aliens, terrorists and suspected terrorists were allowed to invade our country over our southern border. They were allowed to steal, to defraud, and to perpetuate violence against American citizens. Regardless of who your mayor or who your governor is, President Trump promised every single American that he would make America safe again. He promised every single American that he would work to protect them from dangerous criminals. Since Governor Walz has been in charge of Minnesota, we have seen homicides go up by over 50%. That's also during Mayor Frye's tenure as well. Since President Trump took office, Governor Walz has released...
Governor Walz, you are not running for re-election. You are exiting public life soon. Do everything. Don't be a fucking pussy. You can do whatever you want.
Over 470 violent violent criminals back onto the streets here in Minneapolis. He has another 680 of them still within his jurisdiction that he could give to us today to face the consequences for their crimes. Because Governor Walz and Mayor Frey refuse to protect Minnesotans, and instead they protect these criminals, that's why we are here. And we didn't just show up yesterday, we've always been here. But we're surging operations because of the dangerous situation we see in this country, and because we're no longer going to allow illegal criminals to damage and harm, to kill, to sexually abuse, to proliferate drugs, and to steal American taxpayers' dollars. This state has faced unprecedented immigration fraud. It's seen unprecedented benefit fraud. Individuals were allowed to come into this country and set up fake companies and fake nonprofits and divert billions of dollars away from American citizens and those vulnerable citizens who truly needed the services from those programs. This city has burned before.
Fucking YouTube video.
And your mayor and your governor let it happen. President Trump is not going to let that happen. He and our federal law enforcement officers are here to bring peace and to bring public safety and to ensure that criminal activity is stopped and that people who perpetuate it will...
They brought the crime. This isn't even about like a lefty versus righty thing. Like, this isn't even about political partisanship. The Minneapolis was fine, and then a gang of unmarked vehicle driving thugs moved in, and now somebody is dead. Like, the amount of violence has objectively increased as a consequence of their behavior.
Face consequences. Since we have been here in recent weeks, we have arrested over 1,500 criminals off of the streets. Our law enforcement has arrested murderers, known and suspected terrorists, child pedophiles, and other brutal criminals that were protected here.
Child pedophiles? So they like other kids? Well, I mean, the devil's in the details, but...
in this city. We should all work together to protect our citizens. We should all protect the men and the women and the families who live here in Minneapolis, who live in Minnesota, and live throughout this entire country. I want to thank you for being here, and I want to thank you for focusing on the important work that our federal officers do and make sure that we're focused on the priorities of this country, and that's making sure that we're keeping people safe. With that, I'll take any questions that you may have.
Secretary, Mayor Frey called the claims of self-defense BS. How do you respond to that?
I say that he doesn't know what he's talking about. It's very clear that this individual was harassing and impeding law enforcement operations. Our officer followed his training, did exactly what he's been taught to do in that situation, and took actions to defend himself and defend his fellow law enforcement officers.
Secretary, can you expand too on the agent's injuries? The president said that he's lucky to be alive.
The officer was hit by the vehicle. She hit him. He went to the hospital. A doctor did treat him. He has been released, but he's going to spend some time with...
I don't understand this. There's literally like video from every angle. She didn't hit him. He was walking around afterwards. He was complete. There was no... I guess it doesn't matter, right? Like, this isn't any more audacious of a lie than anything else they say. Well, the video contradicts it. Okay, every element of reality contradicts everything they've ever said. It's never stopped them, you know?
This family. I can't, but the FBI will continue the investigation and release more facts when it's appropriate. No, we're following the standard protocol procedures we do in situations like this. When there's an officer-involved shooting, we make sure that we get the facts and that we are getting the statements from everybody involved and make sure that investigators are handling the decision.
Which is why I put out a press conference from Texas 1 hour after the shooting, where I boldly declared every element of the shooting and wrapped the whole thing up for you.
No, we're still out on the streets doing our work to get dangerous criminals off of the streets of Minneapolis.
Can you give us any insight into your conversation with the governor?
You know, Tim and I have known each other for years. We served in Congress together. We both ran for governor the same year and have served as governor at the same times. So we were colleagues, and we discussed what happened here today. We have two very different viewpoints of it. I talked specifically about the fact that we have laws. They need to be enforced. He knows that I believe sanctuary policies have protected criminals and placed a priority of them over the citizens that live here. And he knows we'll continue to do our work. And I encouraged him to work with us. We've never had a cooperative arrangement.
They're treating this like this is just every other. That's what they're betting on. They're treating this like this is just every other time they've killed someone. You know, they're betting it doesn't go beyond this. They've moderated their language just a little bit, but the false slate of facts that they've put forward, what they're going to be arguing for, it's the exact same as before. They've only moderated their tone. They're now pretending that they're not like gleeful about the loss of life, you know? They are betting this doesn't go to court. They're betting that there are no consequences for this. They're just going to get away with it again.
Enforcement here. Whenever we've done investigations, whenever we've done police work, when we've been doing what we can to bring people to justice for the crimes that they commit, we haven't had the cooperation of the state of Minnesota or the city police here under the mayor's direction. If you talk to any of these federal law enforcement officers, they'll say that when they call for backup in a situation, that it's hit and miss. They were grateful today that the police chief and local law enforcement showed up at the scene and helped secure it to make sure that nobody was harmed and that the FBI could do their work. But I would encourage them to work with us, that we could form a partnership that would make sure that individuals have the opportunity to have a safe Minneapolis. Over here.
Do you stand behind the use of force, and will any of those use of force guidelines be altered or changed in the future?
You know, it's clearly established law that a vehicle driven by a person and used to harm someone is a deadly weapon. Deadly force is perfectly lawful when a threat is faced by a weapon. So I do believe that this officer
Not one of these journalists will call her a liar. Even though they can legally do so, there would be no consequences to doing so. It would be objectively correct for them to do so. Not one of them is going to say, you were lying. We see the video. He was not hit. You're just lying.
his training in this situation, and we'll let the FBI continue the investigation to get it resolved. I know you keep asking that, but that doesn't mean that the FBI is going to give you an answer today. There will be an investigation. We want to make sure that it's factual. What I would ask is that as we go forward from here today, that we all remember that our job is to have peaceful discussions. I'd encourage our local law enforcement and state law enforcement to work with us. We are going to continue to operate here in Minneapolis and in the state of Minnesota to make sure we're going after dangerous criminals. One of the key focuses that we've had here is a focus on individuals who are sexual predators and are involved in child exploitation. When I was just here yesterday, we arrested individuals who...
I had a call with one such sexual predator just earlier this day. The president says hello.
Were charged with criminal assault and sexual assault and people that exploited children. Why would you want to keep them on your streets? President Trump has promised to go after the worst of the worst, and that's exactly what we're doing in Minneapolis. By not working with us, Governor Walz and Mayor Frey are putting those criminals and prioritizing them over our children and our grandchildren. And that's simply not true. He said that to me on the phone, too, so I'll get him the documentation that he needs so that he knows that we would love to coordinate with him. He doesn't give us access to any information on criminals, let us know who he's detained, doesn't honor our detainers, and has individuals and criminals in his jurisdiction that he won't turn over us today, too. Yes.
Can you explain the difference between that instance and today? Was a firearm discharged then? If not, what is the difference?
I won't speak to that case right now, but we can get you the details and the information on that. But the facts of the matter is he's an experienced officer. He's been in situations like this before, and he certainly has been out there and followed his training today. You know, people need to stop using their vehicles as weapons. This domestic act of terrorism to use your vehicle to try to kill law enforcement officers is going to stop. And I'm asking the Department of Justice to prosecute it as domestic terrorism because it's clear that it's being coordinated. People are being trained.
Has there been a single case of them winning that yet, by the way? A single one? A successful domestic terrorism prosecution against a person for driving a vehicle?
Told how to use their vehicles to impede law enforcement operations and then to run over anybody who gets in their way while they go out there and try to disrupt peace. and public safety, and Americans deserve better. That hasn't been a part of the discussion. I know Governor Walz mentioned some of that earlier in his press conference, but we've got law enforcement officers here that will continue to work, and we're hopeful that the public recognizes that the work that we do every day makes America safe again. With that,
that's it.
we had law enforcement officers that were out there doing an enforcement action, and a vehicle got stuck in the snow, and so they had called for other people to come and help them get that vehicle out. Those officers were trying to free the vehicle when the harassment started, when the protesters were out there impeding their vehicles and preventing them from leaving the scene. I won't speak to that.
Was they on the crime that person may be committed that you were going after?
Mm-mm.
Well, body camera footage.
I will let the FBI decide.
Were they on target today when they were in that neighborhood?
They were returning back to headquarters, I believe, to start a new operation, had just completed one. Well, thank you. What's that? I was one of the vehicles that ICE officers were using. But remember, when we operate in a task force model. So we have other federal agencies that work with us, and we're very grateful for that. We have CBP officers, the FBI, DEA, ATF, all of those all work with us every day in a task force model, and we appreciate it. We'd love to have the state police, and we'd also love to have the Minneapolis police chief and his team be alongside of us while we're out there doing those enforcement operations. With that, we'll get you more information as it is revealed, but thank you and everybody. Let's work together to make sure that we can continue to help the city be safer, get more criminals off the streets, and ensure that our public has the opportunity to pursue the American dream in a city they can be proud of. Thank you.
They got to go after him. The Attorney General of Minnesota is just on the line, legally and morally responsible for any deaths caused by ICE as a consequence of the abstemiousness in not prosecute. It's the easiest prosecution in the world, and there would be no consequences for doing it.
You have been listening to Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem shaking hands with officials in the room there after taking questions from reporters in the room there in Minneapolis about that ICE-involved shooting there. A woman shot and killed by ICE agents in Minneapolis as she's walking out of the room. And a couple of key pieces of information here. She defended the agent who fired those shots. You're seeing some of the video here as we're joined now by Jim Kavanaugh and Julia Ainsley as well, and said specifically that the woman who was killed had been stalking and impeding the work of ICE agents who were, as she said, returning back from an operation, and then proceeded to weaponize her vehicle in an attempt to cause bodily harm. That is what Secretary Kristi Noem is saying, as we're showing that video as she's speaking there. She also said that the officer who fired the shots had been involved in at least one other, which she described as vehicle ramming in the past, a couple of months ago in June, that person was hit but is out of the hospital. Not clear, obviously, if it was, she didn't make it sound clear if it was before or after the shots were fired. We will work on getting more clarity on that piece of it as you're watching the video here. It appears as though that officer is standing in the road, although, again, the video images, we're just looking through them. We're looking at what we can see and the facts as laid out in front of us here. ICE is not going to be pausing operations in Minneapolis. The secretary was clear about that, as she said.
They could make it hell for them, man. They could make it hell. If they wanted to, Minneapolis police, Jacob Frey has the ability. They could make ICE action in Minneapolis basically impossible.
That she and Governor Walz had what she described as two different viewpoints, in her words, about what exactly transpired here, with heavy criticism from the governor of Minnesota, from the mayor of Minneapolis, about the administration's response and about this officer-involved shooting here. Let me bring in now this ICE-involved shooting, Julia Ainsley here, because the secretary was very clear to say that this woman who was killed, in the words of Secretary Noem, proceeded to weaponize her vehicle. And Julia, that kind of language is critical.
Noem is harboring the agent because she definitely knows where he is. 100%. He went to a hospital, was treated, and then is now with his family, all in the span of a couple of hours. Bullshit. Absolutely not. 100% fled, got found, and was whisked away. Maybe he went to a hospital briefly. Could be for any one of a number of things, but he wasn't hit by that car. And now he's being kept somewhere. the front wheel is clearly pointed away from the agent. It won't matter unless charges are brought. Yeah, he went to a hospital so that they could say he was hospitalized. Cops do the same thing. It's the same thing that somebody who does the get hit by a car, then asks money from you for the hospital bill scam does, right? You hit a person, they get a little boo-boo, and then they run to the hospital so it looks bad. Same thing. Yeah, ambulance chasers.
Comes to the question that we've been talking about here of self-defense.
That's right. She said that she used her vehicle of protest and really what she's calling a new form of domestic terrorism to do a vehicle ramming. Now, typically, if you're covering law enforcement and you hear about a vehicle ramming, you think of something like New Orleans, New Year's Eve a year ago, where someone is purposely driving their car, using it as a vehicle into a crowd to kill as many people as possible. What we've seen in a lot of these vehicle rammings is that ICE and Border Patrol are approaching a lot of people in vehicles. We've seen people be dragged out of their vehicles, sometimes even as they're showing documentation that they are a U.S. citizen and should not be arrested for an immigration violation. And so it could be, just as we hear that assaults are up on ICE officers, what I hear from folks I talk to is that they feel less safe because they're going further. If they're approaching cars more often, maybe more people are trying to get away, and those vehicle rammings are increasing. I don't have any specifics about the other vehicle rammings that she's talking about
This
today.
report is evil. Yeah. Genuine. It's like there's like no news is covering this critically. There is no left-wing mainstream news in America. The most you might get is MSNBC. You know what? Genuinely, let's take a look. MS Now, as they are now called. Is there even, like, what is their tone?
Building. So first, let me thank you. But next, let me ask you to do what you've been doing all day and tell me what's happening on the ground.
Thanks, Nicole. I want to set the scene here. This is the place where this 37-year-old woman was shot and killed. And to give you a bit of a timeline, at around 9:50 a.m. this morning, I received a text from what's known as an ICE observer. That's a community member here in Minneapolis who watches immigration raids and alerts members of the community that Border Patrol, that immigration forces are in the area to keep people safe. That text read that somebody was shot and killed by an immigration officer. We arrived on the scene. We saw it closed off, fenced off. And we saw a large law enforcement presence. In that law enforcement presence included Border Patrol agents, ICE agents, and we saw very elevated tensions. We saw tear gas being shot between protesters and police. Then eventually we got the confirmation from DHS and from Mayor Fry that somebody was shot and killed at this very spot where these flowers are being laid right now, Nicole.
Trying to provoke someone, or you just trying to be doing too much, just doing too much.
Mr. Bentley, do you mind breaking down what exactly you saw this morning?
Basically, ladies trying to warn everyone ICE is in the neighborhood. Just letting them know, hey, and telling ICE, hey, you're destroying families, whatnot.
From the Hill. Pablo reports right now is getting clipped to hell and back by ASIN and is asking everyone that he can find what they have to say about this this murder.
Congresswoman, any reaction to the shooting of the woman in Minneapolis by the ICE agent?
Sadly, it's we don't know the details yet, but it was predictable that this administration would unleash unmarked and marked ICE agents terrorizing communities. It looks like somebody has lost her life. And it's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. But what's really unbelievable is this administration and the things they're willing to say immediately as a result of this, claiming that this woman is a terrorist. What's wrong with just saying we're going to investigate and find out exactly what happened here, what went wrong? Why can't they do that?
Wonderful. The problem here was the hyperbole of the administration, not the underlying institutions that caused this. So it would have been fine then if ICE had murdered that woman, but then the administration said, we're looking into it.
Is it time to start looking at the Homeland Security budget? Maybe.
Yes, and of course, the Homeland Security officer, whatever the heck her name is, the woman in the cowboy hat and many outfits.
You should know that. I forget names often, but I'm also a live streamer. You should know that off the top of your head.
Christy, no.
It's time for her to leave. Time for her to go.
That's great. That's great. This is Goldman saying that the officer needs to be fired and charged.
Gomez, any reaction to the shooting death of the lady in Minnesota by the ICE agent today?
Yeah, it was murder. It was obvious that she was just driving away. She wasn't driving into the ICE agent. I think that the Attorney General in Minnesota has to take a hard look and probably file charges against them. I think it was disgusting. I pointed out earlier that this was eventually going to happen because you have these agents from all over the country, probably without a lot of training, getting sent into these communities and ratcheting up their enforcement in a way that's pretty reckless. So was going to endanger lives of U.S. citizens as well as people who are not documented but are not a threat. And this was exactly the fear that I always had when it came to these ICE agents, and why I'm also scared about the expansion of ICE and CBP.
This is a guy who looks like he's had a busy day, you know? That's my main take on this.
Using that $175 billion slush fund, I think it's gonna be more attacks, and it's gonna be more I would say untrained individuals that shouldn't be on our streets, and this is across the country. So I think the Attorney General has to take Minnesota has to take a hard look at it, and then Congress has to figure out if these people have immunity, that we can strip them of that immunity if they violate the law.
Okay, thank you, Congressman.
Yeah, okay, I was worried for a second if he was going to say like investigate the immunity, stripping them of the immunity. That sounds nice. That sounds nice.
Mr. Johnson, can I get any reaction to the shooting death in Minnesota by the ICE agent of the lady in the car?
It looks like a homicide for which there should be criminal charges.
Thank you,
shooting into a moving vehicle
Based.
4 times, traffic stop, murder.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, what's your reaction to the Minnesota shooting from an ICE agent?
I just saw the disturbing video. Obviously, it's a serious situation. There's going to be a full investigation, as we all know and expect. Look, it appears to us, I guess, anybody who sees the video from certain angles, that the driver of the vehicle weaponized that vehicle against law enforcement officers and against bystanders. It was a dangerous situation. People make snap judgments in those situations, and it's a really sad outcome. Look, I do think that it's right. I think, I guess maybe it was Homeland or someone put out a statement that this clearly appears to be the result of this just months-long rhetoric against law enforcement and people encouraging that kind of violence. And so we call upon all the citizens of Minneapolis to be calm. We don't want anyone to be hurt. We need law enforcement to be able to do their jobs, and it's a terrible situation. But we
basically just like the pussy toe the line civility pilled version of what the other Republicans have been saying. The Republicans, by the way, are digging their heels in the goddamn ground. Listen to this.
The bottom line is this: when a federal officer gives you instructions, you abide by them, and then you get to keep your life. And it is clear that she tried to use her vehicle as a weapon, mow over an ICE agent, and now she is dead. And her death is tragic. But at the end of the day,
this is the future they want us all to live in, you know? It doesn't matter if you're black or white, rich or poor, citizen, undocumented, whatever else, right? It doesn't matter. You will live your entire life on tippy toes around the state. This was ultimately the fate of all Germans, you know? Not saying some Germans didn't make it out worse than others. Not everyone got holocausted, but even the most goody two-shoes, Aryan, blue-eyed, blonde-haired Germans spent the entire period of Nazi rule on their fucking tippy toes. And that doesn't just mean follow the law. That means that you live in a goddamn totalitarian society. If you even inconvenience a member of the Gestapo or the SS, if you get in their way, if they don't like you, they can just kill you. Your entire life, your entire future, all of it is at the behest of the whims of these stupid fucking animals. They could just do anything. All of these fucking bootlickers think they're going to be the ones wearing the boot. You're not, buddy. In truth, basically nobody is. It's not like ICE agents exist in some higher social caste where they're immune to everything. Their lives fucking suck, dog. They're wretched people. You see it dripping off of them. It's not like they're happy. They're not aristocrats, you know? They just have the ability to menace you at will. You inconvenience them, you get in their way. God forbid you scare them a little bit, you know? And they'll just fucking shoot you. You think it's based because we took Venezuela? That's great, dog. Well, I look forward to them being deployed to your house when you're, arrested for posting messages that are critical of Israel online. It could be anything. Oh, dude, it's so fucking based how ICE can just do whatever they want. Oh, fuck, now they're doing whatever they wanted me.
I tell you, I was a sheriff for how many years? We had officer-involved shootings. I had, unfortunately, one of my own deputies shot and killed one of my brother's deputies in a blue-on-blue situation, this and that. And it's rushing to judgment, right? You got to let the situation develop and let the investigation do course. I mean, everybody wants to look at this from this angle, that angle. My God, we got to give it a little bit of time. And let the situation develop.
So DHS came out too soon saying what they did?
I'm just, the point I'm making is that you're asking me, what do you feel about that? Is that what you're asking? What you saw, do you think it was right? Do you think it was wrong? I think it's too early right now to offer an opinion.
Bet hedging. Bet hedging.
I don't like it. I don't like any of this. Because what you're going to see now is you could go back now to 2020, you could see rioting. I'm sure George Soros is probably spending millions of dollars getting everybody ramped up in major cities across the country. And tonight the rats are coming out. I'm just telling you, I think the rats are coming out tonight, and you're going to see some civil unrest in this country. Tim Walz, I highly recommend you put a warning order for the National Guard. I'd get the National Guard deployed immediately. I would deploy it because I think it's going to get a little ugly. I think it's going to get a little ugly because this is, in my humble opinion, this is what the left wants. They want destruction. They want everybody just to go out there and start raising hell. They talk about peaceful protests. You're not going to see peaceful protests.
This, in a way, it feels kind of like a conciliation or a conciliatory gesture on his part, because he's not even saying that the underlying root of injustice or the cause of frustration is illegitimate. Does that make sense? Like, he's essentially saying, I'm worried about how George Soros is going to make people riot like he did during BLM, you know? He's not really adopting the narrative on this, you know? Like, theoretically, you could believe what he believes, but also think that this was a murder.
From the left. You're just not going to see it. You saw it in 2020. Look at what do we have? We burned down buildings across the entire country for months. Shameful.
Do you think ICE should leave Minneapolis like the mayor wants?
Well, let me tell you something. With all the waste, fraud, and abuse, we need to send Doge and everybody in that entire state.
Oh, Doge is gone.
We've seen with the Democrats. All I'm saying is maybe you could pause a little bit. I mean, we lost a life there, right? There was a loss of life, and there's not an officer in America. There's not a law enforcement officer in this country that says, I want to go out today and legally kill somebody or shoot somebody. Why in the hell would you want to do that, right? I'm not going to question that officer's tactics or motives. It is what it is, but now you got to let the situation develop and let the investigation do time.
Hedge betting. Bet hedging.
In reaction to the shooting of the woman in Minnesota by the ICE agent.
It's absolutely heinous. And that's why I said that ICE not only needs to be held accountable, they literally need to be prosecuted when they're breaking the law like this. ICE should be prosecuted. And Todd Lyons, if you're listening, yeah, you're breaking the law. You can't enforce the law if you can't follow it.
And should DHS budget and specifically the ICE budget be looked at then?
Oh, absolutely. We got to put everything on the table to constrain these thugs from ruining America, ruining American cities.
And do you believe that it was a murder like some of your Democratic colleagues have been saying?
I don't know yet, but it sure looks like it.
Okay.
I mean, if that ain't a murder, I don't know what is.
Got it. Thank you, Congressman.
Okay, yeah, okay. I was worried at the end there for a second that we were going to fall back on the rhetoric, but I'll take it, okay? I'll take it.
So, Congressman, any reaction to the tragic shooting?
Dude, Pablo Reports is getting at like every fucking guy on the Hill. They must be buzzing around like bees. It's like somebody knocked the hornet's nest with a stick, you know?
Death of the woman in Minneapolis by the ICE agent.
It is absolutely horrific, and my thoughts are with the family and loved ones of the woman who was killed. And we've been through this in Virginia in 2017. U.S. Park Police shot and killed Bijan Gassar, who was unarmed and driving his car. After an investigation, the Department of Justice refused to press charges against those police officers. They were, however, indicted in Virginia, in Fairfax County, by a local prosecutor. So that option exists under the law in Minnesota as well. There has to be a full investigation of this incident. The video is outrageous. I can think of no justification for the killing of this unarmed woman. There needs to be an investigation, and if that investigation bears it out, there should be charges filed against the ICE officer involved.
And is there anything Congress can do to help facilitate this investigation or gather evidence?
Well, in the Oversight Committee today, we're going to have a vote to subpoena from the Department of Homeland Security all documents related to this shooting. I hope Republicans will join Democrats in voting for that subpoena so we can ensure there's a full and fair investigation of what took place.
Is it time to start looking at, as a member of the Homeland Security Committee, is it time to start looking at their budget, you know, as a means to kind of rein in these rogue agents and the rogue agencies?
Absolutely, 100%. Look, the mass deportation agenda of the Trump administration has caused chaos and violence.
This is all good, but it fucks me off that if the lady was black, no one was care. Can I push back on this a little bit? George Floyd was a black drug addict, and his murder prompted the largest protest in American history. I'm not, listen, if your point is that people are racist, then I wholeheartedly agree with you. But let us not be divided on the, you know what I mean? Like there's a time and a place a little bit, right? I'm just like, she just died. We don't have to, do the comparisons and stuff.
Violence in communities across the country. It's also diverted resources from doing real investigations into child sex trafficking and gun trafficking. It needs to come to an end.
It's all good. We're all, oh, hello.
With this ICE officer and the shooting in Minneapolis, and you've been supportive of the work of ICE over the past year. Do you think that they were at fault here?
I mean, it's devastating. I mean, it's absolute tragedy. My heart goes out to her family. I mean, I don't know the circumstances. I haven't seen the actual video, but a life is lost. I mean, it's a tragedy, and absolutely. And my views. I support ICE about deporting criminals. I don't support and understand if you want to target otherwise hardworking people. I don't support that. I never have on that. I remain pro strongly immigration, and that's never going to change. So here we are now, where a woman's dead, and that's tragedy. And we'll know the circumstances. I'm not going to make any judgment other than just express my sympathy for the family. I mean, just what a tragedy.
The mayor
He hasn't found out yet whether or not the victim was Palestinian.
Minneapolis says that ICE should get the F out of their city. Do you think they should get out?
Oh, I mean, I'm not that close to the kind of violence and the tragedy, so I don't want to judge that. But for me, I think it's all probably always more helpful to turn the temperature down and just withhold, the kinds of extremes to say, hey, let's everybody, turn the temperature down, honestly. Whether that's coming from some kinds of the rhetoric from Secretary Noem or the president or whether the mayor or governor. It's like, really, let's just turn down the temperature, and we can't forget someone's lost their life, and now we have to investigate the circumstances, because that should never happen.
Well, that's great, Fetterman. I'm not going to lie. I actually did expect it to be worse. Oh, hello, AOC.
Congresswoman, can I real quick get your reaction to the shooting death in Minnesota of the woman by the ICE agent?
No, this is what, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. This is what we've been warning about for a very long time, and it is, I'm just, it's tragic to say, but from the moment that, I mean, from the moment that this Congress decided to authorize and explode ICE's budget, they are accountable to no one. It's important that people know that ICE has less accountability than virtually any law enforcement agency in the United States. And yet they are some of the most well-funded. They are operating with impunity. And we just saw them murder an American citizen in cold blood in the street. And despite whatever lies that the president wants to say about what was happening in this, you can see what happened for yourselves. They shot a woman in the head in cold blood on the street. I hope that this incident is prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, and this is an agency that must be reined in.
Thank you, Congresswoman.
Or eliminated entirely, one would hope. One would hope. I'm tired, boss.
Browns. So this is now turned into what our greatest fear is, and has been for a long time around ICE, that this will be used as an anti-civilian force, that it has no accountability. At the end of the day, what we saw today is a murder. And murders in cold blood need to be prosecuted.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Right now, the eyes of the world are on the Minnesota State Attorney General, who is a progressive, by the way. That's where it is. I want charges, and when that ICE agent inevitably flees, travels across the country, so on, hides on federal property or whatever, I want the manhunt for him to be covered as aggressively as the OJ car chase. I want it to be 24/7 news. Because what do you mean a federal thug can just straight up murder a random mom, get charged for murder, and then the federal government will hide him from the state prosecutor? We'll see. We'll see. Now, forgive me a moment while I engage in the dirty, cynical business of thinking how the editor should title this. It's 4 p.m. already. Motherfuck. Keep going, but I don't want to, man. That shit's fucking depressing. What happens at 4? It means I've been streaming for 4 hours. Yeah, I think I'm going to pitch this to the editors. I'm going to head out. I'm going to keep an eye on breaking news to see if there's any huge development or if charges are filed. I will read all donations tomorrow, or you know, or later tonight, I guess, if I'm on here later tonight. Yeah. Sorry, this news cycle is just wearing at me. There will be more tomorrow, or possibly tonight. We'll find out. Yes, if civil war is declared, I promise I'll be back, okay?